Some happy people covering motorsport in New Zealand's most beautiful town. Friendly fielding is right on our doorstep here. We're at Circuit Manfeild Raceway and very excited to be bringing you our coverage of the final round of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, rich in its agricultural history. It dates back to the late 1800s, but this is in the top two, Andrew Wade, of must-visits when you come to this part of the world. It's got some great history, this place, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and this racetrack, it just provides everything. It provides fantastic racing, just the way that it's got these big braking zones and fast-flowing corners as well. There's so much going on, and that has prevailed massively with the racing that we've seen so far this weekend.
We've had a little lunch break. Kia ora, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to all of you. Greg Rust and Andrew Waite here live on the North Island for the final stop of the tour. We've already seen some good racing. Can we dive into the vault this morning with a bright young star from Hawke's Bay who's about to go and compete in Porsche Carrera Cup in Australia, in Tom Bewley, going head-to-head with the four-time Bathurst winner. Yeah,
how cool was that race? They were just going at it all race long. It was very, very cool to watch, and again, this track just lends to that style of racing, and it was also great to see Grant Aiken up on the balcony watching over that as well. He was absolutely loving watching Greg Murphy go flat out in his car. Murph wanted some new tyres, but he wasn't allowed the new tyres. They're safe for Grant Aiken. So it's just awesome to see that battle unfold.
How's the Rockstar arrival, though? Just confront on sort of Saturday afternoon, jump in the car on Sunday, go racing.
Not bad, is it? You don't even do any practice. You're not here to yesterday, and then you rock and you're straight onto it, and battling with some very, very fast young talent. So it's to be honest, we're not surprised, are we? It's just great to see him out there doing that and being part of this championship.
Looking forward to a big afternoon of racing. We're kind of going to bring you a nice mixture too from TA2 New Zealand. They're in the pointy end of their championship before they go to Taupō. Been awesome to have the Central Muscle cars here as well.
Yeah, they are always awesome to watch, aren't they? The Central Muscle cars, the racing, the drama that comes with it. We've seen Angus Fogg in practice have his moment, and he's had a rebuild of that car. He's back out there. So at the same time, Andy Knight, how fast he's been as well. And the TA2s, the racing there. We saw Caleb Byers throwing some big moves on. It's just, you sort of wind the clock back to what we've been through this weekend, and it just shows you how awesome the racing has been and will continue to be.
One of the headline acts this afternoon is Bridgestone GR86, their feature race coming up. Just had a word with Arthur Braun a moment ago. He's starting on the front row for that race. His team in great shape. In fact, they've locked out the front row there. And we've seen a mixture of winners so far in this championship. And I know you've been kind of quietly admiring what... you know, we've seen Rowan Shepherd get the double before in this championship. It is not easy to go back-to-back, and that is something that Hugo Allen's trying to do.
No, exactly. To be able to do back-to-back in this championship, it is tough, and I remember seeing Rowan go through that. I was in his role, actually, doing driving and standards at the time, and seeing him go through that battle to be able to pull it off, it is not easy. So for Hugo to be doing it as well, because, you know, in some ways, you're coming into this championship as a winner of the championship, trying to go into the next stage in your career. You've got a lot to lose, not a lot to gain. So it's a big thing for these drivers to come back as championship winner to do it all again. So that's massive respect to Hugo to be able to do that and come back. But I tell you what, I am really looking forward to seeing AJ Giddy this afternoon. He's the youngest driver in this championship, to see how he's going to respond off the start, off the pole position. It's his first pole. So to see how he's going to respond with that is going to be very, very interesting to watch unfold.
Crazy to think that he's only in his mid-teens, got a bucket load of talent, and he's had a massive summer behind the wheel as a part of our championship. You can hear some cars venturing out onto the track. We're about to take you to commentary. Just a reminder too, we've been sharing a little bit of news in our coverage here at the final event. Yesterday we learned about a change of ownership for the Summerset GT New Zealand Championship. Very exciting, that ahead of next year. And we'll be able to reveal our dates a little bit later on today for next summer's Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Just coming past us, the unmistakable sound of some Porsches. The New Zealand Porsche Racing Championship has been a great addition, great part of our offering this summer. So let's get into it. Third race of the weekend, up in commentary, Stu Owers, and alongside him, the very excitable Ronan Murphy. Good afternoon, guys.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you, Andrew. It's great to be here in the mighty Manawatu at Manfeild Circuit Chris Amon, and very shortly we've got race 3 of the New Zealand Porsche Racing Championship, as you just iterated, and yeah, we see there the cars all have made their way out onto the track. We've actually got a bit of cloud cover now over the circuit. It was looking a bit more promising in terms of the weather gods this morning, but certainly when there's not too much UV on the track, it can actually make it quite fast, can't it, Stu?
It can, and in fact, all these guys are struggling to match the times they did in quali.
And we'll look through the grid. So Duncan McCrosty's going to be off the pole for this one. Ian Hill beside him there in the 58 car. Chris Barrengrit there off P3. Chris Taylor off P4. Neville Chandler in 5th, and Kelly McEwen there off P6.
Yeah, look, sorry to interrupt, but that's somehow that's got all mixed up. That's actually not the grid position. I don't know where that came from, but it's the same as last time. So we've got the 2 Cup cars at the front. That's come from timing. It's all wrong, but let's move on. You'll be able to see them line up very shortly.
Copy that. We'll get a bit more of a actual real indication of the grid when the cars come round onto the start-finish line. We see them there. They're all warming those brakes and tyres up, and in any racing car, that's the critical part of the warm-up lap, and why it's called the warm-up lap. Obviously, you want to generate lots of heat, lots of side-to-side movement, get those tyres and the sidewall of the tyre, the brakes, all getting radiating heat, so that when you get down to turn 1, you've got a brake pedal and a car that actually responds to your inputs.
Well, it turns, yeah, exactly. And these cars, particularly, they got small. Well, the 911s at the front, we can just see there now Daniel Angus's car and Nick Cutfield. You can see even there, they see the big wheels and tyres on the back, smaller at the front. So unless they're warm, they just don't turn, and you get that big understeer going if they're not up to temperature.
Absolutely. We see Nick Cutfield there, the actual pole sitter there off that first place of the grid. Daniel Angus beside him. We've got 4 lights, 5 lights, and the lights are out. We get started for race 3 of the New Zealand Porsche Racing Series. We've got yellow flags were out for a second there, but we're good to go now. Nick Cutfield absolutely shot away at the start, took the lead of the race. Daniel Angus has slotted into 2nd, and Dallas Alexander, our making his debut in the class this week, and he's slotted back into 3rd.
Yeah, and he has got eyes on 2nd place, and it's just a matter of whether he can just hang on in these early laps behind Daniel Angus. So that's Nick Cutfield at the front, Daniel Angus 2nd. And there he is there in that blue and white car. But Duncan McCrosty, look at that. Those 2 cars here, 3rd and 4th, identical. And then Robert Dong in the slightly later model car is following up there. And then, of course, our Boxsters, as usual, wheel-to-wheel combat.
It certainly is. We see Ian Hill there, first of the Caymans, there in 6th. Chris Taylor's actually moved up into 7th, so he's doing a great job. Neville Chandler had some issues yesterday, but he's there in 8th, and the rest of the field following on through. We can see that shot, that awesome shot coming into Higgins' corner there. Coming down to last corner, Nick Cutfield still leading the way on this opening lap. Daniel Angus there in 2nd, hot on the heels. Dallas Alexander, Robert Dong's moved up into 4th place and taken that spot off Duncan McCrosty as they come across the line. Standing start lap time. Nick Cutfield does a 1:12.2. So the boys are getting into it here, Stu, and it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds over the next 28 minutes.
Yeah, look at these Boxsters all strung out here. That's a very, very standout car, isn't it? The one with the gold teeth across the front. Awesome. These guys love it. It's just part of the fun for them to dress up their cars.
We see there Mark McCorn trying to go down the inside of Neville Chandler, and you're saying about the teeth on the front of that car might have been inspired by a particular IMSA car we know, Rexy.
Well, yes, yeah, but we tell them it's as flash as a rat with a gold tooth. But look at that, that's car 65 there. That's Neville Chandler, it shows you the age range here. He's in his 70s, and then just up front of him, of course, we've got Ashton McCorn, who's a teenager. So I think we sort of get that big wide range of age group there. And of course, a lot of these cars, these guys move up, so they start moving up to cup cars and things, which we're going to see a lot of next round. So a lot of these coming up for sale. They're a fantastic way to get into this series.
Absolutely. So there, Chris Barrengrit going up the inside of Mark McCorn there, using the power in the Cayman to go up the inside. He's now making a move, capitalising there on Neville Chandler up the inside. Chandler gives him the room.
So he was the reason why we had those yellow flags. He obviously stalled or something went wrong with the white Cayman there. We just seen number 116. Here we go.
Actually see a replay, yeah. So Barrengrit there just did not get off the line. He did not get going. Maybe missed the lights or stalled the car, unfortunately. So great job from everyone around, particularly Neville Chandler there. Had a big moment to try and avoid Chris Barrengrit there, and they all managed to get through it unscathed. And you always like to see that. You can get a bit tense when something like that happens and a car stalls off the line.
Yeah, particularly from my point of view, because you can just see it unfold and it look really ugly.
Absolutely,
really ugly.
Absolutely. And we see there Nick Cupfield. He's leading the race on a 109.4. Fastest lap of the race last time around. He's already got a 3-second gap, Stu, over the rest of the field.
He's good on cold tyres, isn't he? He's got that ability just to stretch out and run away, and then he can defend. You can just look in the mirror, watch what's going on. Now, this is a 30-minute race. You can see the time ticking away up the top of your screens there, and things could change because, you know, tyres get hot, all those things. But if you've got a bit of a buffer, then it just makes it so much easier.
It certainly does. We see there the 997s of Dallas Alexander and Duncan McCrosty. So McCrosty's actually managed to get back past Robert Dong. Robert Dong's lost a lot of time to the top four. We saw him have a couple of moments in the race this morning prior to this one, and the car obviously is unscathed, looks immaculate, but yeah, ended up in the grass a couple of times. So Robert, he's managed to gather it back up. It's dropped a little bit further behind the leading four at the front, but yeah, seems to be all good so far.
Well, look, Robert is, he's been, I know I've said it so many times, he's been racing with us for about 28 years now, so he sort of thinks, oh, look, it's not that urgent to get in front of that car. I'm going to protect. He's got a lovely late model car there. Look at these Boxsters putting pressure on here. That's great to see.
What a battle. Neville Chandler, Mark McCorn, and Steve Stokes there in the 63. So I think, like I was saying before, Stu, that car with all the gold teeth, it certainly would, you know, maybe it's a strategy from Mark McCorn. If you're looking in the mirrors, the last thing you'd be wanting to see is a car with that painted on the front of it. It would certainly distract you a little bit.
Well, it's probably flashing at you in the sunlight. You know, it's all gold. But and there's Stephen Stokes. You can just see the back there. We gave him our Driver of the Round award last time. He's actually leading the series. Sorry, the Boxster series. So that's what can happen if you're consistent, you keep out of trouble, you finish top three all the time, you end up floating up. There's the Cayman that was stored on the grid, and you can see the power advantage there just going past. But there's Chris Taylor just trying to take advantage of that situation, trying to get into the mirrors of Kelly McEwen.
These two going at it again. Kelly McEwen and Chris Taylor. Look at the battle. Taylor goes wide off the last corner. They come up the front straight. He's looking all over the back. McEwen's car, as we said, it's got a few bruises on it around that beautiful Golf livery. And now the John Player Special liveried Porsche is trying to go to the outside. So these two, they've been having amazing battles all weekend, and continues on in this 30-minute heater of a race this afternoon here at Manfeild Circuit Chris Amon. McEwen manages to stay ahead of Chris Taylor. They go on to splash there. He's got that slightly tighter line. Taylor gets off the corner good. He may look for a move up at the hairpin.
Now, these guys have got the luxury of not having anybody else, another Boxster behind them, so they can sort of take defensive lines and fight with each other without the risk of somebody else pouncing on them. So they're taking full advantage of that.
It certainly is. They go up the back straight, down towards Higgins corner. See there, Chris Barrington, he's managed to clear the Boxsters, and he's now trying to chase after Ian Hill, who's a bit further up the road. There's Ashton McCorn coming through. We now know that he's going to be moving up into a Cup car. Very exciting for next season. As we see there, Chris Taylor now going to the outside of McEwen.
Is that a side draft? Is there much of a side draft with these cars? Hard to say.
There's certainly...
He's round and front. Well done. Nice driving, Chris Taylor.
What a pass. And he got round the last corner extremely quickly as well. And he's actually pulled a little bit of a margin on McEwen. So they come down the front straight. Chris Taylor's taken over the position there. 8th outright over Kelly McEwen there. Ashton McCorn a little bit further back there, occupying that 9th position.
And look who's coming through. Here's already. This is Nick Cutfield starting to lap these cars. This was about a 20-second a lap. No, sorry, 10 or so second a lap difference in speed. But you watch the onboards in these Cup cars coming up behind the little Boxsters, and it's quite phenomenal. So you are relying on the Boxsters being aware. And there we go, Ashton just making sure he just eases back for a moment and lets them go. It's always safest to let them go past. Get it out of your hair. Get on with your own race.
And that's the beauty of the class, isn't it? It's obviously you're racing within your own class, but then once you come up to traffic and you've got to deal with some other cars, as we see there, Nick Cutfield darting back to the outside of the track. We can see a little bit further back there, Daniel Angus having a great battle with Dallas Alexander, the newcomer to the class. So the traffic plays a part in where you can end up, and you might start off ahead, but you weave your way through and can end up losing a spot. There they are, Daniel Angus.
That's close. And as they say, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And that's Very much the case here. Oh, that was tight.
He's been running that line. He ran it in the last race as well, and I was wincing a little bit. I thought, man, if he doesn't have it under control as well as he does, he could end up in a bit of a hairy situation. He cuts it very fine down there at the last corner, does Daniel Angus.
Oh, look at this. Here we go. Talk about traffic taketh away. This is where, of course, he's got to just pull him behind those two boxers. Now he's clear. But nice awareness from the boxers again. I mean, both parties want to clear each other without damage, so it's a cooperative thing.
It certainly is. We see there coming down to the hairpin. Daniel Angus being chased by Dallas Alexander. So they now go down the straight towards Higgins Corner. The Kingsway car being campaigned successfully by Daniel Angus.
He loves that car. Look, they are beautiful things to drive. And the thing is, of course, is they're all time life, the mechanical parts. What I mean by that, you get the manual out that says change this at so many hours of racing. And if you do that, they are just unbelievably reliable. Built for a lot of endurance racing and stuff. So this sort of racing is very short term for these guys, you know, for the cars, I mean.
Yeah, exactly right, Stu. And that is why Cup car racing is so appealing around the world, in Europe, America, Asia, here in Australasia, particularly in Australia and here in New Zealand. It's one of those formulas, the Porsche, they put together a very good product that's also very straightforward in the sense of they give you an instruction manual, do this here, do this now, do this at whatever hours, and so it means that being able to life the cars and look after them and keep them running without issue simplifies the process significantly.
Oh, exactly. Look, I remember I was out here when Fabian Coulthard, Jim Richards, Craig Baird were all running these cars, and you know, they were doing back then in the 996 days. So this is 20 odd years ago. They were doing 109s, 110s back then in H-pattern gearbox cars. So they're fast, and everybody was amazed back then how quick they are. But they've just got they've got more aero now, more power, wider, more stable. A lot of these cars have got ABS in them, so they've developed, but still the basic sort of big flat 6 engine in the back. Brilliant cars to race.
Yeah, and they're an incredibly valuable tool for drivers who are looking to move up into, whether that's go further down the GT racing path. They're also very successful. Oh, Daniel Angus with a big slide there. That was a big moment, and Dallas Alexander's actually going to go past him, so big moment there, big tank slapper from Daniel Angus. He just maybe hadn't quite arrested the speed in the car at turn 1, and he had a big slide, very hard to catch on a slick tyre.
Oh, now this is going to be a battle now. A slight advantage for the gold and black car at the back there, which has got a little bit more straight line speed, but a wider track. So, and that thing, can he get past him? We just saw a shot before, leaning through the fence was his crew chief, Max. So Max will be telling him now, right, get on it, mate, put your head down. No looking in your mirrors, just go. Let's get this guy.
Absolutely, and Dallas Alexander there, what a great debut from him in the championship.
Absolutely.
Now running in second in that older generation car, in behind Nick Cutfield, who I think it's going to be, I don't want to speak too soon, but hard at this point to be able to chase down Nick Cutfield when he's 5 seconds up the road. But
even with 18 minutes to go, that's a big ask, because this car is not quite the same spec, so that not quite as much speed, but that's too big a gap now. But let's watch this battle, though. This is going to be interesting, because Daniel Angus is not going to want to give that spot up.
No, Dallas Alexander probably has a slightly better racing line out of turn 1 there. He runs it in a little bit wider on the entry, arcs the corner, gets the apex nice and late, and gets back on the power. Daniel Angus came in a little bit narrower, might sort of hinder his corner speed, and possibly reason why he had that moment the lap before. But we see them now coming into the hairpin again.
Two different lines there, and they've done that consistently, haven't they? Mind you can do that on that corner, can't you? There is 2 lines through there.
You certainly can, and that's the beauty of Manfeild, is you can run different variations of lines and still generate a lap time. So it's fascinating to watch and to see these drivers as they make their way through there, through Higgins. They run the cars in slightly different places, but Daniel Angus at this point hasn't lost too much time to Dallas Alexander, so clearly he's getting it quite right in some places, and managing to stay with the 237 car.
So I can see Daniel Angus working on his excuses already. He's one of our race committee. So he'll be saying, oh, you know, it's really good to let you win here. Get you on the podium, Dallas, you know, because we want you to come back and we'll get you all excited. You know.
I like the way.
I'm making it up.
I like the way Daniel Angus operates. But no, I'm sure the Kinsway car, he'll be looking to try and get back past Dallas Alexander. He runs a very narrow line there at Splash. Probably means he can't quite get on the power as well, but through there keeps it nice and tight. Down towards the hairpin. Let's watch him.
But still quite smart, because in some ways he gets into the... I mean, Dallas goes, oh, look at this, he's right on me, and it can rattle people, that sort of thing. So that's a smart move. But you see those two different lines coming out of the hairpin there, and you can see which one's working better.
It certainly can. The psychological side of motor racing, Stu, as we probably call it. But we see them now coming onto the back straight again for another lap. Dallas Alexander there in that white and blue with gold wheels. 997 Cup Gear. I love the livery on that car. Those gold wheels really stand out.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Yep, coming through the last corner there. Gets back on the power. Gets right out over. Used about as much track limits as you'd want to.
He is on the limit. Yeah,
getting away with it. That
exactly.
was, he timed that perfectly. Coming down, Daniel Angus again, looking to the inside. Is he going to give him the room?
Wow, here we go. That's brave stuff. Man, under brakes. But good awareness from Dallas. I'm impressed. That was brilliant awareness. He saw him coming down. He could have easily turned in, but he didn't, which is great awareness. Well done. And also nice work from the other car too. Brilliant from you know, the approaching car. That's big judgment.
That worked out in the end there between those two. And Daniel Angus got the spot back. So after he lost that spot, the second place position to Dallas Alexander for 3 or 4 laps there, but he obviously had a bit of a think about it and thought, yep, turn one's where I'm going to try and make a move. And he was very late in there. I actually didn't think it was going to pull off, but he managed to pull it up, got it done. Certainly did, and got the move done. We see there,
ooh, this is tricky.
Steve Stokes, and this is the traffic we were talking about. So Daniel Angus gets past Steve Stokes. Probably Dallas Alexander got to him at the perfect time on the exit of the corner. They come across the start-finish line for another lap. That gap to Nick Cupfield's now almost 8 seconds.
Yeah, well, of course, these guys are now running defensive on each other, weren't they? So he's home and hosed in terms of he can relax a bit now. But, yeah, so you see that advantage that the black and gold car has got, that's in the straight line, the 224 car there, Daniel Angus, stretches that lead out. So they don't have to work quite so hard on the brakes and through the corners.
A little bit more traffic there in the form of Mark McCorn, the gold tooth Boxster, going down the back straight.
Yeah, that's the second time that they've been passed. So this is these longer races, but we've still got 14 minutes to go, just under. Only really just over the halfway mark.
We certainly are, and anything can happen. We know that in motor racing. Nick Cupfield now coming down the back straight. His next target is Chris Taylor, who's actually managed to gap Kelly McEwen there to the tune of a couple of seconds. So Taylor's done a great job. We see there.
It gives us a good update on that little battle, doesn't it, as we see him go past. You're right, he's stretched it out nicely. That's the first 2 of the Boxsters. You can see the third one in the background there.
Certainly does. Clean pass there as Nick Cupfield breezed on by Chris Taylor in the 101. We see the 101 car there. Beautiful livery on that car. Gold wheels as well, like Dallas Alexander's. Down towards turn 2. Nice there. Up on a little bit of the curb. Gets the car turned in nicely through Splash. Chris Taylor has obviously got some experience around here at Manfeild.
He has, and he's always very fast. Now, the secret of these little cars, of course, is momentum. The mid-engine and their mid-corner speed is brilliant, but you just got to keep them right on that edge everywhere. You can't afford to overbrake them or get on the gas too early. It's all about flow and keeping them smooth.
It certainly is. We see there Daniel Angus trying to go around the outside of Chris Taylor, so it's now
awkward.
Daniel Angus and Dallas Alexander's turns to try and, as we see an issue there possibly for Ian Hill.
That's unusual. That's the first time we've seen one of these cars struggling. This is the new sort of Cayman class we've got. I hope there's nothing too serious. Oh, he's falling off.
Oh, that's really disappointing. He was doing so well.
Oh, good on him. Look at that. He's pulling into a safe spot. That means the race can continue, which is great. Well done, Ian Hill.
He was the
hands out the window. You notice that, the thumbs up, which is what we've been asked to do now.
Yes.
Because of an incident they had a little while ago where the person inside wasn't very well. had a heart attack. So they're saying, look, if you pull off, if you have an accident, give us a thumbs up, let us know you're okay. That's not just for our series, it's a motorsport initiative, which is a good idea.
Yeah, we see there Chris Barengrit now. He's going to move up into that fifth position as he goes up the back straight past the stricken car of Ian Hill, and really unfortunate for Ian Hill. We can see the car there in the corner on the right side of the screen. So obviously some issues of some sort with that car, and he was, yeah, the first of the non-cup cars in the race.
Yeah.
Grand old race by himself, so disappointing for him, but that's given Chris Barengrit the chance to step up to the plate.
Well, doubly disappointing for Ian, because our point system works that if you're consistently leading your class, you actually can go in for the overall championship. So, and he was right up there in the overall championship. So this is not good for that points situation.
Certainly not. We see Daniel Angus coming across the line. He's still got some pressure in the form of Dallas Alexander in the 237 car, and we've got a safety car. So that's going to, we said only not long ago, Stu, that anything can happen, and the races can certainly spice up, and that's looking to be the case. We've got the GR Supra safety car on the circuit here at Manfeild Circuit. Chris Amon, Daniel Angus there in the Kingsway car, and he'll probably be quite enthused by this. It gives him a chance to have a crack at Nick Cutfield when we go green again.
And also Dallas Alexander, of course, that closes that gap between him and Daniel Angus. So we could be in for an interesting restart. Now, I guess we are guessing, aren't we, that is for Ian Hill's car. But that was sort of safely out of the way. So I'm scanning around the track now to see if there's any other issues, but
I feel he did a great job getting that car off where he did, but I feel like it's actually where it's parked on the back straight might actually still be considered in a dangerous spot. So he did it with the right intention. Obviously had the right intention to get it out of the way, but we can see there, so it's off to the side of the back straight there, and if something were to happen going down there, it could end up at pear-shaped. So fair enough. We see the team, the awesome team here at Manfeild, getting that 58 car of Ian Hill cleared, and we hopefully we're not under GR Super Safety Car for too long, and we can watch the action unfold. They're already down there with a trailer. Great job, the team.
They are good here. They're right onto it. The great thing about Manfeild is you can be centrally located for these recovery vehicles. And like some tracks, they've got to get out and drive around the track to get to the cars. Here, they can usually just spring out like they've done, and then they're onto it straight away. So, yeah, because it does spoil the races having safety cars, doesn't it? Although we could be in for a bit of a treat after this. If look behind there, behind the Cayman. This is we've got the tyre warming going on, the brakes, been trying to keep up the temperature with these two guys. So we're going to be interesting it'll be a real challenge.
We certainly do, and I think we've actually lost Robert Dong as well, Stu, because he's right down there. I was just looking through the timing there. Where
good spotting.
He's right down the bottom there, 9 laps off the lead of the race. So he's obviously been out of it for a while. I don't think his car's anywhere around the circuit. I think he's actually just made his way into the pit lane at some point.
He must have, yeah. Oh, look, that's a good move. So rather than load him on the trailer, chuck a rope on it or a strop on it and get him out of the way. Now that's good. So actually the safety car will actually better come in this lap, won't it? So that'll get them started again.
More than likely. Yep, we see the safety cars still making its way down the back straight. But more than likely after that was obviously a very smart move from the safety team there. Moved Ian Hill's car to a safe space. We now see the safety car, the GR Supra. The lights going out, so we should get a race restart this time around. We see the cars sort of start to form up. They build a little bit of speed. Nick Cutfield, he'll control the restart speed. They're now coming down the back straight. He slows it up. The field starts to bunch up. We've got the Cayman of Chris Barengrit there in second, which he's actually a lap down, but in the midst of that cup car battle with Daniel Angus, Dallas Alexander and Duncan McCrosty there lined up all behind, and we've got all the Boxsters, the mighty Boxsters lined up behind those cup cars. So let's see what happens. We're coming around.
Chris will be keen to get out of the way, let those cup cars go past. He's actually going to go into the pits. He's probably thinking that's probably the better place to be. He'll just drive through the pits maybe and pop out the other side.
Exactly right. We see now actually Duncan McCrosty's gone to the outside of Dallas Alexander. So is he going to make that move? McCrosty.
Great rejoin. Bit of power. You see the big black marks behind the car there.
Dallas Alexander. He left some licorice straps on his way out of turn 1. Unfortunately, lost that position to Duncan McCrosty, so not an ideal restart for Dallas Alexander. He'll be kicking himself a little bit after that one, but what a start from Duncan McCrosty.
What a blinder, yeah. Oh, look at this. He's down the inside already.
And it's not really going to be much of a drag race because they've got the exact same amount of horsepower in those 997s, but
you can see it's pretty close.
coming down towards Higgins corner there. Dallas Alexander is still looking. Duncan McCrosty had the more preferred racing line there. Down the back straight, what's going to happen? Nick Cutfield, he sailed on back into the lead of the race. Daniel Angus there on the inside, coming down towards the last corner there in second. But McCrosty and Alexander, they've sort of settled the score a bit there. McCrosty's going to hold on to that third place for now.
He'll be delighted with that because he was really out of the picture, wasn't he? And all of a sudden, that's all redressed with that safety car, and he jumped on that opportunity.
Certainly did. And we see there, McCrosty's actually giving Daniel Angus a little bit of pressure, and they're all having these massive moments on the exit of turn 1. Hang on to it, boys.
It's a second gear corner, and just get into it just a little bit harder, because what that does too is it overheats the slicks a tiny bit. So then the next corner's a little bit more tricky. But look at this. He's going to challenge Daniel Angus. I don't know whether Daniel's got an issue there. All these guys have just found some pace all of a sudden.
And it is the thing with these tyres, Stu, as you know, you have a bit of a slide or a bit of a wheel spin moment. It does take a few corners for the tyre.
It does.
The rear tyre to actually cool down and drop the temperature. And it's the same when you're following a car really closely. The front tyre heats up, and so you have to be a bit strategic and smart about where you're going to make a pass, because you don't want to be following someone getting all their hot, dirty air off the back of their car. The exhausts on these cars are right at the back, the engine's right at the back of the car, so you've got to be a little bit smart about how you do it, because you don't want that front tyre pressure going through the roof.
Which is exactly what Dallas is experiencing right now, isn't he? But look at that, he's trying to get under mirrors, get into Duncan McCrosty's head. There's enough gap there for Daniel Angus that he doesn't have to worry about being defensive. He's just got to go smooth. Oh, that's a fantastic exit, you'd have to say.
That was that was very sharp. I'll give that to him. It was very sharp exit, and exactly right. And with cars with wings and slick tyres, when you got downforce coming off the cars as well, we call it aero wash. So it's where the disturbed air, so the rear wing and the front splitter on these cars creates little air vortices. They're invisible to the naked eye, but they're very real and create little violent vortices that then come off those wings and sprouts on the canards on the cars, and they end up on the front of the following car, and then it can actually disturb the way that car cuts through the air. So
yeah, well put. But of course, the good thing about Manfeild, a lot of these corners are quite slow by international standards. So
yes,
the slower the corner is, of course, the less of that aero effect. Obviously, the big sweeper at the end, we've just seen that. There's the Daniel Angus crew. That's Max, the crew chief there, and Tonana. So they'll be discussing what they're going to tell them to do. But at the moment, they don't have to tell them too much. Just keep in front of these guys. Don't drive defensively. You don't need to. Just keep going, keep it clear. Let these two guys battle behind you, because they will be. These guys are in each other. They're in the same class, so they'll be in each other's heads right now, trying to figure out how they're going to go. So there could be a big battle here.
Absolutely. We see there Daniel Angus still ahead of this group. Big bounce on the front of McCrosty's car there on the inside of the hairpin. Dallas Alexander now. Oh, and he's got huge pressure. It's turned into another drag race. Who's going to be able to come out on top of this one? Dallas Alexander, is he going to fire down the inside? He's going to look to go for the move. Is he going to? McCrosty slices back across the front, as he's got the right to do. Now onto the back straight. Who's going to hold it down? Coming up the gears, they're very close. Dallas Alexander, he's got
the inside line though, so if he can make it stick down the inside, he's got it. Look at that, he slips through. Nice awareness from Duncan there to give him that room, not to cut in front of him.
Great pass there from Dallas Alexander onto Duncan McCrosty as they come down the front straight. Another lap ticked off, 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. McCrosty goes wide, he cuts back in, gets on the power. Dallas Alexander, that car's swaying from side to side in the rear, clearly using up as much as he can of that tyre to try and get that podium and consolidate it off Duncan McCrosty. They come through splash corner up through turn 4, down towards the hairpin now, braking hard, go back up the corner, cut down, use that camber get on the power, out towards the exit curve there, down the straight, up through the gears.
You can see who's got the better line out of that corner. Just opened up that gap, and that was pretty much all done at that hairpin. But look under brakes.
McCrosty.
Oh,
that was great.
Wow. But still pulled it up and managed to go around the outside. So maybe a little bit conservative there from Dallas, but...
And I don't think Dallas was expecting that. A lap ago, they were side-by-side coming down the back straight, and they're side-by-side again.
But you see, that's the thing. If you get in someone's head, like exactly what's happening here, you know, it can cause you to think, oh, I've got to do something different.
We're now on the final lap of the race. So Nick Cutfield, he's taken the last lap board indicator coming down towards turn 1. Dallas Alexander, he's got that really nice line. He just gets the pit blend line and then cuts in, gets a late apex.
Wobbling around a bit there. These cars are on the edge, aren't they?
Exactly right. And it's all about trying to open up that steering wheel. And the more you open up the steering wheel, the more you can apply the throttle, Stu.
Exactly. Yep.
Depending on which line you take is going to restrict or allow you to be able to do that. We see there Dallas Alexander. He's actually got a very good run on Daniel Angus. He got on the power good out of there. Coming down that back straight, down towards Higgins corner.
Only 2 more corners for Daniel Angus to go to get himself on the podium.
Dallas Alexander had a really good line there. Daniel Angus ran it a bit more conservative. He obviously doesn't want to give Dallas Alexander a sniff. But Nick Cutfield, we see him coming around the last corner. He's got a little bit of traffic in the way in the form of Steve Stokes, but that's not going to stop him today.
Look at the horsepower difference there. He can just sweep past and take that checkered flag.
Cutfield makes it 3 from 3 here at mighty Manfeild. Circuit Chris Amon. We see Daniel Angus come across the line. Dallas Alexander, what a debut weekend in the class for him to come home with another podium from Duncan McCrosty there in the 155 car.
And what a battle. I mean, that was exciting. That was good to watch.
That was great, and great to see the cars moving around a little bit as well. We saw some licorice straps getting left and all the above, but hard, fair racing. No one got into each other too hard, Stu.
Yeah,
and
exactly. No, I'm proud of these guys. And here's the final couple of corners for our Boxsters. Chris Taylor is going around into Higgins there, down towards the back straight. Kelly Taylor, he's got a comfortable gap over Kelly McEwen there.
Certainly does. And he's coming down the back straight now, so not long to go for Chris Taylor. And we lost Chris Barringret. So Chris Barringret in the Cayman and Ian Hill. Unfortunately, neither of the Caymans are going to finish this one. But
look at Ashton McCorn having a look there.
Up the inside of Neville Chandler. Is he going to get it done? Chandler goes very wide.
Let's have a look. Oh, and he got him.
Wow.
Well done. That was a bold move.
It certainly was. Chris Taylor comes across the line there to win the Boxster class from Kelly McEwen. Ashton McCorn did a great job to take Neville Chandler there on the inside at the last corner.
Brilliant job, yeah.
But that man right there, Nick Cutfield, he was untouchable all weekend. Lights to flag.
3 out of 3 too. You know, like he'd be delighted. His crew's delighted. You saw Lorne there, his crew chief high-fiving and all that sort of thing. Brilliant.
We take a look at the final results for race 3 of the New Zealand Porsche Championship here. The Repco NextGen New Zealand Championship. Nick Cutfield took out the win. 3 from 3 this weekend. Daniel Angus there in 2nd place, and Dallas Alexander rounding out the podium there. Duncan McCrosty, great job to come home in 4th. We look back at some of the cars that didn't quite make it to the end. Chris Barringret, Ian Hill, and Robert Dong, unfortunately, not finishing the race or finishing all the laps. But highlights, Nick Cutfield, what a launch off the line. That was brilliant start, and he did not look back after that one. Chris Barringret there in the 116 car. We saw there, that was that big tank slapper that Daniel Angus had, just cooked it, went a little bit too hot in there, and he actually lost the spot to Dallas Alexander, and then that became a seriously big battle, which peaked right here at turn 1. A couple of laps later, Dallas Alexander, great heads-up driving to not make contact with Daniel Angus. Ian Hill, unfortunately, had those issues. We saw him pull over, led to a safety car, but after all that, Nick Cutfield did what he does best, took out the lead, drove away from the field. We saw this great battle between Dallas Alexander and Duncan McCrosty going down there, went argued it all the way to the last corner. Dallas Alexander finally taking that podium spot, but Nick Cutfield, the man from Hawke's Bay, took the lead, took the race win, and he was undefeated all weekend. So we see there Chris Taylor coming across the line. All the cars making their way in. Let's head down to Rusty and Allied Petroleum Victory Lane.
He's pretty happy about it, Ronan. Just had the congratulations from Tom Alexander and all of the crew, the trifecta. Well done, the triple.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. Weekends probably don't get much better than that, do they? Pole position and 3 from 3. The people that you mentioned, I owe them a huge thanks. I can't do this without them. Boys at LG, I think we had the best car on the track this weekend, and Tom Alexander in my corner. Yeah, it was brilliant.
And you executed too, mate. Congratulations. Let's bring in second place here. Daniel Angus, come on over. He's already got the special next-gen sash on, sporting it. That's nice. I know one would be nice, but it's been a great battle this weekend, hasn't it?
Oh, look, it's been epic, sorry. The car was a real handful out there, but my team did an awesome job. Yeah, just nice to finish the weekend straight. Another fun weekend in the series, and looking forward to the next round.
Fun is the win. Well done to you. Let's bring in Dallas Alexander here, third. And what a way to kind of really launch into this next phase for you from a racing perspective. Importantly, you've enjoyed it too.
Yeah, absolutely. God, 30 minutes is a lot longer than I've ever been in a car before. So, yeah, good fun.
All right, rock on the next round, and great stuff, mate. Well done.
Cheers, Rusty. Thanks.
And time to celebrate the Race 3 podium of the NZ Porsche Racing Championship, and what a weekend it has been. Delighted to say that presenting the Next Gen wreath today on her birthday is Corinna Andrews from the Next Gen Championship. In third place, please congratulate Dallas Alexander. In second place, it's Daniel Angus. And your winner, ladies and gentlemen, here at Manfeild, it's Nick Cutfield. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your podium for the Porsche NZ Racing Championship. Time for the celebrations.
It is really in that important phase for Bridgestone GR86. This is one of 4 races left to decide the 2025-26 crown. And we have been spoilt so far with some great racing, some emerging stars. AJ Giddy in his mid-teens will start the feature race from pole position alongside Arthur Braun. Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, with a resurgence in this second half. He is trying to go back-to-back in the title race. Josh Bethune out of P4. Chris White, the points leader. It's been trimmed up a little, and we'll advise you what the numbers are in a moment, but he still leads the series. Position 5, Justin Allen, winner of the last race, out of 6. Ronan Murphy's jumped into the co-driver's seat. We're going to watch the rookie battle very closely here. Lee Zeltwanger trying to win it, and we might have some news this afternoon. It's not done yet, though.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is going to be a great race, Rusty. It's so cool to see the youngest driver in the field, AJ Giddy, off that pole position. Arthur Braun alongside him. It's a Mackenzie Motorsport front row lockout. But based on what we've seen in the first 2 races, you can never, ever discount the reigning champion, Hugo Allen. We see there Caleb Natoa and Johnny McIntyre there. Some of those racing coaches, the driver coaches we talk about down there in the pits, and working with some of the boys, the young guys down at Mackenzie Motorsport. Great to see, and obviously they're an integral part of the speed of some of these young drivers.
Caleb, of course, is a proud local. He's from Martin, just a short drive up the road, and he's about to make a pretty significant change in his racing life too, and relocate to the United States and keep pursuing the dream, which is cool. Yeah,
it's going to be sad to see him go. Yeah. He's actually a good mate of mine, and it's obviously a really cool opportunity for him, and he's very much looking forward to it. He hasn't stopped talking about it, so it's going to be really exciting for him, and so cool to see how he goes over there. But in the meantime, we've got this Bridgestone GR86 race to focus on, and Caleb, no doubt, he'll be on the the radio there to the boys and making sure that they get off the start line as good as possible.
So AJ Giddy will start from pole position. Arthur Braun, who's had some race wins in this championship alongside him, but he'd love to try and win this final one of the weekend. He's in the 222. There's the view from the 6th drone cam. Some real talent in this field. Good start by AJ Giddy. He's definitely got better traction, and immediately on the defensive is Arthur Braun, who's under siege there from Hugo Allen. He's lost that spot as well as they run down to Toyota corner for the first time, and Braun is in the midst of that sandwich, a three-way battle, trying to hang on to it, little sideways out of there. He may have salvaged third, but Chris White sticking the nose just ahead there in that fight behind him.
Oh, Hugo Allen, he gave Arthur Braun a bit of a love tap there on the side, going into splash, and he thought, hey mate, you better think about this. And he managed to hold him off. We see there Hugo Allen balks them all up. He gets on the brake, classic textbook pass and defense mechanism there as we see Cooper Barnes out in the dirt. And look at Justin Allen, he's up the outside there. Zach Blinko, one of our championship protagonists. Harry Townsend there in the Bayswater car.
He's had a ripper start, hasn't he?
He's fighting. He's getting in there, stuck in there, fighting hard. And we now come round the back of Higgins' corner. Hugo Allen, he's leading that pack of cars, even though he's actually in 2nd place because AJ Giddy has bolted.
Just look at the view from the 6th drone cam. What a tremendous start on that cold Bridgestone rubber. It's a brave AJ Giddy who's maximised it, made the most of it, and he's already got, we'll see as they come across the line, it's going to be a second advantage. It's 1.1 seconds, in fact, over Hugo Allen, who's under siege here from Arthur Braun. Look at him trying, he can't get down the inside, Arthur. Frustration.
That is called defense driving at the max. Hugo Allen was not going to let Arthur Braun up the inside. Now, Josh Bethune's going to pass Arthur Braun. Is what's going to happen here? Oh, they almost made contact, went end to end almost there. Josh Bethune managed to gather it back up. That was some stellar car control from the driver of the number 32.
Now, Chris White, who's up to 5th place here and ahead, importantly, of Zach Blinko, who's next on the points ladder to him. He can't afford to get involved in a skirmish here. So it's about carefully picking his way through, and that's what he's doing in the 88. The pack and save machine's on the outside. The job will still be a little bit difficult as he goes wheel to wheel with Josh Bethune there into Higgins. Meantime, Giddy, I think, is extended. These two still going at it. Right carts by M2 entry, the closest on your screens. But look at the drive that White's got out of that corner, and he'll get that spot.
He is going to take that spot directly off Josh Bethune, but Bethune almost in the grass trying to stay up the inside, didn't quite manage to make it work. So unfortunate lap there for Josh Bethune after that car control we saw at the start down at Splash. He unfortunately has lost that spot to the second of the pack and save cars of Chris White, and all that's done is given Hugo Allen a massive reprieve because he had a very feisty Arthur. Oh, big nudge there from Bethune. He's got Hugo Allen's teammate Lee Zelltwanger there on the Kiwi Tarp car on the inside.
There was more than Morse code on that occasion, wasn't there? That was full Days of Thunder style, remember me?
Drive through the smoke hole, certainly was, and we see there Josh Bethune now getting fed wide by Zelltwanger, so the rookie showing the veteran, the experience campaign of how it's done. Going through the hairpin there, Josh Bethune won't be happy about that, and I'm no doubt he'll be wanting to try and get back up there to where Zelltwanger is, but Justin Allen there now trying to go the outside of Josh Bethune, so hasn't been the best couple of laps from Bethune. We saw some flames spitting out of the back of Zach Blinko's car. Cooper Barnes now trying to look up the inside there. Josh Bethune's teammate up the inside of Justin Allen.
Now, coming into this race, as we just keep a little eye on that battle with those two going side by side, it will have changed depending on the positions here at the moment. But coming into the race, as Barnes gets that pass complete, Chris White was on top by 37 points over Zach Blinko. And there are some 11 competitors still mathematically in contention for the outright crown. But we do need to keep an eye on the rookies. And I know that Nico Kayol and Amanda Tolamash, who's the category manager for this class, will watch the numbers very carefully for us. But Lee Zelltwanger is on top of that battle, but Mac Templeton trying to keep the rookie race alive.
Yeah, Mac Templeton, he's not had the best of weekends. He's down there in 13th in between Lucas McGill and Nathan Grammer, the two the two young blokes, but she's just looking at the times there, Rusty. The two fastest cars on the track that last lap were Hugo Allen and Arthur Braun. They were 2 tenths to the tune of AJ Giddy, so they're chasing the number 10 OP Contractors car that's out front at the moment. AJ's still got a comfortable lead of a second. We now see Josh Bethune and Zach Blinko going side by side into Higgins' corner. Who's going to come out on the top of that argument? Cooper Barnes, he's managed to pass Justin Allen, our race 2 winner. They come now onto the back straight. Barnes has actually got a run on his teammate Josh Bethune, so how's that one going to unfold?
So much to look forward to here. And again, a slightly longer race for the feature. Arthur Braun, quickest of the competitors, as Ronan, I think, was alluding to there a moment ago, 1:17.861. Lee, at the moment, Lee Zeltwanger would be rookie champion if things remain as they are. He's in 5th, his nearest rival for that crown, Mac Templeton, down in 13th. All Lee needs to do is bank 8 more points in this race. We're not done yet. What are we? Probably just over a third of the way through this one. But he's got one hand on that rookie crown, and that's a very special trophy in this Bridgestone GR86 Championship.
It certainly is, and we've seen some pretty talented drivers take out that crown, take out that award, and go on to some pretty incredible things later on in their careers. So he'd be part of a pretty special list of drivers if he manages to take that one out, Lee Zeltwanger, and he'd certainly be swiping it down from under Mac Templeton, who just hasn't had the best of weekends this weekend here at Circuit. Chris Amon here at Manfeild, and he's at the moment battling hard with Lucas McGill to try and take away that 12th position. McGill's actually having a great race too. He's getting right in the thick of it in the Tony Quinn Foundation Wolfbrook Motorsport car. So definitely some battles a little bit further on down the pack going on at the moment, and we see there Cooper Barnes in the 186 car. He's got Justin Allen, our race 2 winner, to deal with.
Lucas has actually taken a bit of a step forward, I feel, in recent events. Spoke very well in that car that you can see there on the right of his screen. Had quite a bit of damage as Mac Templeton might get that pass done. And it meant that Lucas was out of the game, I think, on Sunday at Highlands. But he's chipped away at it. A lot of learnings in this class, and it has been, as he goes a fraction wide there, a big learning curve. This has been a competitive championship. Nathan Grammer, new addition in that J.A. Russell Limited black and gold entry. He's picked up a spot there. Fastest lap of the race, still Arthur Braun, 1:17.803. He's in 3rd as Barnes and Justin Allen continue to fight here over 8th place.
Yeah, and that gap, Hugo Allen and Arthur Braun are trying to peck away at the gap that AJ Giddy's built, and they haven't really been able to make much of an inroad the last couple of laps. It's actually extended out to 1.1 seconds, so AJ Giddy's doing exactly what he needs to be doing to try and win this race. He's every time Hugo Allen and Arthur Braun put out a lap, he responds, and he's showing that he can withstand the pressure from some of the fastest guys in the category and really put on a show. Chris White's doing a good job there to be in 4th, so he's doing everything he needs to do to try and lock down this championship as soon as possible.
Just looking back through our winners list, Ronan, from the 25-26 championship, Caleb Nutsower in the lane, just reminding us that our race leader, AJ Giddy, is not on the winners list yet in this class. Imagine if we add his name. He's leading this one by just over a second in his mid-teens. He could be about to join our winners list in Bridgestone GR86. That's a cool story, but it's not there yet.
Yeah, the pole setter, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to try and write that stat into the history books as he goes down towards Higgins there in the number 10 car. And Hugo Allen actually on the last lap did the fastest lap of that lap. He did a 1:17.89, so he actually pulled a 10th and a bit, 10th and a half out of AJ Giddy. So AJ Giddy, Hugo Allen's not going to let AJ Giddy win this one easily. He's not going to allow that to happen, so he's pushing on hard, but it's going to be a big feat in the next 7 laps to try and pull a second out of the race leader, who's doing a terrific job. We see him there, cut down, get that apex. Hugo Allen's actually got his mirrors folded in, so whether that's a strategy or accidental from some contact, he's got both the mirrors on that car folded in. So he's as he comes down towards first corner there, Arthur Braun in the 222 in 3rd place, Chris White still there in 4th, and Lee Zeltwanger there Lee Zeltwanger there in 5th, so having a great battle between them all there at the front of the race. Zach Blinko there in 6th. Josh Bethune has dropped back to 7th after that start he had, and then Justin Allen there ran out in top 8.
A shot there a moment ago. We were hoping to talk to him. You might have heard me asking that question of the producer, sorry. But we're pretty excited for Caleb Nartoa here as well, who's working in the background and assisting AJ Giddy here. And he's out to 1.3 seconds now. Really good performance against the calibre of Hugo Allen in behind him. Arthur Braun holds down that 3rd. This is good for Chris White in championship terms. Remember, it's Zach Blinko in the points race, and where's Zach at the moment? 6th in this race, and Lee Zeltwanger, as we've detailed before, they're in the Kiwi Tarp entry, that orange and black machine you can see centre of your screen there, the 22. He is looking like becoming our rookie champion this season. Cool yarn, having stepped up from the trophy series, so just underscoring or vindicating the pathway, Ronan.
Yeah, it certainly is, and shows that for any young driver looking to maybe move up into the trophy series or even directly into the Bridgestone GR86 Championship, that there is a really good natural progression pathway and can certainly lead into some bigger things, and on that motorsport journey as you make your way through trying to build a career, and Lee Zeltwanger is doing exactly that. We see there Mac Templeton trying to go around the outside of Cam Hill down there at turn 2. He's got that pass made, or has he not? He has. He's managed to clear Cam Hill, so great battle going on between Mac Templeton, Cam Hill, Nathan Grammer making his debut in the championship this weekend, and Lucas McGill, that the Tony Quinn Foundation winner. We see the Tony Quinn Foundation logo down the door of that number 25 car being run by James Marshall Motorsport. Down towards Higgins, Nathan Grammer, he's not going to want to give up that position.
Don't forget too, if you can check out the Toyota official website here in New Zealand, or go to the Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand socials. We've been talking during the week, of course, about the Care Vet Scholarship Road, and you know very acutely about that program, open now to drivers under 25 years of age. That's a great program to potentially help someone stepping up in their career. Look at that wing mirror. It's seen better days, hasn't it?
Hang them on by a thread there, Rusty.
Scars of battle.
If there's any more side-to-side contact for Lee Zeltwanger, I think that door mirror will have seen its last day.
So the points gap coming in was 37 points. If things remain as they are, Chris White will extend it back out to 46, and that is actually how the weekend started. So he'll kind of venture into Topor if it remains like this with the same net positions. So we might see a couple drop off the bottom, but we've got, you know, fundamentally 9 or 10 competitors still mathematically in the hunt for this crown. Let's go to the lane, Andrew.
Caleb, it's good to see AJ's out in front of this race at the moment. Potential first race win. He's got much to say to you on the radio at the moment.
Look, I'm just leaving him to it. I'm just telling him to focus on himself, no mistakes. He's fast enough and he's a talented young kid, so just needs to, look, no risk. I think I'm a lot more nervous for myself than anybody else, so he's doing a stellar job.
And what's the difference this weekend? He's obviously taken another step up. He's now looking to hopefully convert this into a race win. Has there been anything that you've been able to add to really advance this?
The development from AJ over the last year or even 6 months has been massive, and I think it just shows that the right people around him, the right team, the family environment, and just working on himself is just needs to keep pushing forward. And I think this is probably the first of many for AJ.
Thank you.
There's some sage words there, and really when you think about it, he's match fit too. He's done so much racing over summer, which is absolutely helping him. Looking at the list of winners, Amanda, the category manager, Amanda Tolamash, telling me earlier today, I mean, on the spreadsheet, you've got Chris White, Arthur Braun, Hugo Allen, Josh Bethune, Justin Allen, Zach Blinko and Cooper Barnes. We are potentially about to see the name AJ Giddy join that varied winners list this season. Been a terrific one for Bridgestone GR86. Crazy to think he's the youngest racer in this field running.
Certainly is. He's doing a terrific job. We see the number 10 car there coming through the last corner down the front straight. Oh, Oh, there's a battle going on between the 25 car and Nathan
Championship
Grammer.
for 13th.
Nathan Grammer, last of the late breakers, trying to stop Lucas McGill from getting on by, and they're in a great battle there with Cam Hill. So cool to see. 3 different teams as well in this battle. You got Right Karts by M2, Mackenzie Motorsport and James Marshall Motorsport there. Those 3 cars, and a great fight there for the last few placings in the field. Cam Hill currently at the moment still holding on to that one. And then we see another battle of the 2 Pack and Save cars. Arthur Braun there running out that final spot on the podium. And then you got Chris White, the championship leader, and Lee Zaltwanger, the current rookie championship leader, all having a battle of their own as well.
So we're in the final phase of this race. Again, Chris White showing when it's not quite there. He thinks bigger picture. He's got that ability to focus on the grand prize, and that is, of course, going to Taupo, strutting his stuff in front of the supercars contingent and trying to put his name among the list of very special winners of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship in this country. So he's ahead of his main rival on the ladder at the moment. As we said before, it will extend the points margin from 37 coming into this race out to 46 going into Taupo. Still plenty to play for as he chases Arthur Braun there. There's in the background in the 90, the gap between Lee Zaltwanger and then back sort of midway down the straight there was his next rival in Zach Blenko for the title race, and we believe this will be enough. Mac Templeton has come out and swung hard in this race. He's been able to get to 11th, but Zaltwanger's in 5th, and we don't believe that'll be enough. It was only 8 points that Lee Zaltwanger needed to seal the rookie crown. He's in a great space here at the moment. Look at these two different stories. One, the leader of the outright championship, and one potentially about to claim the rookie crown.
You see there, AJ Getty and Hugo Allen, they've managed to break the rest of the field and actually pulled away. So the gap back to Arthur Braun is 2 seconds from Hugo Allen, and then another second and a bit up the road to AJ Getty. So those 2 guys, the number 10 car and the number 1 car, the reigning champion, managed to pull that gap away. Hugo Allen hasn't really managed to do much to be able to close that gap to AJ Getty, who's doing a terrific job and could be on for that coveted race win here in the feature race. Arthur Braun, though, he's doing a great job to keep Chris White and Lee Zaltwanger at bay. Coming down the front straight for the final lap. So AJ Getty, he's just clocked that last lap board. He's on potentially for that race when he's been searching for. Arthur Braun there coming through turn 1. He's doing a good job there to hold off Chris White. We saw that passenger side mirror, that driver's side mirror still managing to hold on there on Lee Zaltwanger's car. It was looking like it was maybe going to eject off the side of the 22 car, but it's hanging on by a thread, as we said. Down to the hairpin there. Arthur Braun ran a slightly more defensive line, but going back to the front, AJ Getty, he's maintaining that race lead. It's just under a second now to Hugo Allen, who, as you said, Rusty, he always seems to come on really strong in these last few laps of this race, and he's doing just that.
Little reminder too from Nico Kayol that it's potentially something of a baton change here too, because Chris White has been a former rookie champion, and Lee Zaltwanger, who's chasing. Oh, what's happened here? What's happened here?
Something's happened to Getty, and Hugo Allen on the back straight. He's taken the lead of the race.
The race win that we were waiting for the youngster. What has happened there? Hugo Allen is going to defend fiercely here. He'll win the final race of the weekend. What a story, unbelievably. AJ Getty denied. What's happened there? Arthur Braun home in 3rd. They cannot believe it.
The boys down at Mackenzie Motorsport are devastated. We're going to have to find out what has happened to AJ Getty. Hugo Allen's not going to believe his luck.
We think, we don't know for sure here, this is a question mark. It may have been some sort of issue around a 5th gear, maybe a shift issue, we don't know what, but may have lost 5th gear. And right at the critical moment, the teenager is denied. What a shame. Allen does what champions do, and that is that you remain in with the shot when the chips are down for others. Hugo Allen wins the final one of the weekend, and can we say a massive congratulations. Lee Zaltwanger is the rookie champion for season 2025-26.
That is an awesome story.
When it rains, it pours for IMAC Race Engineering. Hugo Allen, he was going into that one. He did not give up, and that's what champions do. He chased and chased and chased. They broke away from the rest of them, and Hugo Allen did exactly what he needed to do to stay in position. He knew maybe going on to that last lap, it maybe wasn't going to happen, but not to give up. And man, what a finish to that one, Rusty.
Highlights of the final one for the weekend. The teenager launched away in AJ Giddy. It was drama for Arthur Braun, who was sort of swallowed up and ended up in a three-way fight. He tried to come back. There was all sorts of action going on in this field, but up in front was a masterclass at this point from AJ Giddy, who established a lead of more than a second over Hugo Allen. Look at this, the Morse code, it was stronger than Morse code between the 32 of Josh Bethune, who ultimately ends up getting hustled out wide there.
Josh Bethune got thrown around there, and we saw Cooper Barnes and Justin Allen having a great battle a bit further on into the race. Justin Allen ended up dropping a few spots towards the end, and Harry Townsend there in the Bayswater car getting right into it as well with Cooper Barnes. Chris White, the championship leader, having it going to hammer and tong.
Then this. Within sight of the finish line, one corner to go. AJ Giddy comfortably managing the lead. Something happening, maybe an issue with fifth gear. His coach in Caleb Nato are looking on, stunned disbelief. Allen pounces, grabs the win. Unfortunately, heartbreak for AJ Giddy.
The reigning champion, Hugo Allen, takes another one, and probably in one of the strangest ways he's probably ever thought possible, but the champion, he's held on and managed to take that race win. We're going to go down to Andrew Waite down in the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, who I'm sure is just as surprised as we are. Andrew.
As always, no shortage of action in the GR86 Championship. Hugo Allen, he's looking like he's trying to work out himself what actually unfolded on that last lap. Hugo, talk us through that last lap of the race.
Yeah, firstly, I just want to say a massive shout out. My granddad passed away yesterday afternoon, so that one was for him. We had really strong pace. Giddy did a great job, to be fair. I think he blew a gearbox or something. So, yeah, he did a great job. But, yeah, the car came on really strong at the end there. So, yeah, it was a pretty hectic one.
And a lot of aggression at the start of the race. We saw a few moves to cover oppositions. Is that just an important part of trying to, take the next step in this championship?
Yeah, you got to take them when you get them. We're a little bit lucky in this last race today, but as I say, you just got to keep taking the points that you can get, and we're just going to keep chasing down the guys at the front because we haven't had that start to the season that we wanted. But yeah, just massive shout out to the Mad Butcher, all my sponsors, and Todd and Ian and Troy, and also Michael for coming down for the day. It was pretty cool.
Great job, your granddad. We still have him down, mate. And in second place, AJ Giddy. AJ. So close. You had control of that race the whole way through. Talk us through the last lap. What happened?
I just lost fourth and fifth gear, so a bit of a shame. It was a good race at the front. Just managed to keep my pace up. Just towards the end, the gearbox let me down, but we'll try again next round.
You've really made a massive step up in this championship towards the second half, putting it on pole in the main race and commanding lead the whole way through. What is it that stepped you up for this second half so far?
Definitely confidence. Once I got off the line, I was confident that I could lead the race. Yeah, shame about the gearbox, but we'll see what we can do at Taupo. Obviously, big thanks to Mitch and the boys at McKenzie Motorsport for giving me such a fast car. It's just a shame we couldn't get done this weekend.
Speaking of confidence, I don't think this will be the only time we'll see you in the podium. Won't be too far away for a race win. Well done. And in third place, Arthur Braun. We've seen you just about all weekend long, mate. Hanging in there, getting the podiums. Consistency an important part.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a shame. I butchered the start there, but, managed to hold on to third there at the end, and unfortunate for AJ there. That's really sad.
And what happened at the start with the car? You didn't quite get off the line. What was going through your mind at that time into turn one?
A lot, really. I just tried to cover off as much as I could. Unfortunately, Hugo got through, but, yeah, it's just something I need to work on.
Good job. Well done.
Time to celebrate the podium for race 3, round 5 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship here at Manfeild Circuit. Chris Amon. Delighted to welcome Andrew Davis from Toyota New Zealand to present the trophies. And we start in third place from McKenzie Motorsport, Arthur Braun. What a drive from this young guy. A win not far away, surely. In second place, AJ Giddy. And what a thriller right at the line for IMAC Engineering, your race 3 winner, Hugo Allen. Pause for a photo and some video opportunities for our watching media. Please congratulate our race 3 winners, drivers. Time to pop those corks and celebrate a great race. And while we celebrate that, we're going to move on to the overall round results for this round of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship, and one that will go right down to the wire in the final round. Andrew's going to stick around to present some more trophies, and we're going to start with our round 5 rookie winner here at Manfeild. Would you please congratulate Lee Zeltwanger? Congratulations, Lee. You get a little moment on the top step of the podium. And while we celebrate Lee, we're also going to celebrate our Bridgestone GR86 round winner here at Manfeild. It's Hugo Allen.
Well done, mate. They covered in there, yeah? Take that there. Covered in. Yeah. And that there.
Gets the next-gen wreath and the trophy. There's your rookie winner and the overall round winner for the Bridgestone GR86 Championship here at Manfeild. And we've got one special presentation to come. Andrew Davis is going to present that as well, because we can officially crown our 2025-26 Bridgestone GR86 Championship Rookie of the Year. We'll wait for the photo to finish on the podium. And we're going to congratulate our rookie winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Zeltwanger. The first champion crowned of this year's Bridgestone GR86 Championship. Thank you to Andrew from Toyota New Zealand as well. We celebrate our podium here with one round to go in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship.
It's a very special moment for that young man in his racing career, and rightly a moment to savour it. We'll check the championship standings going into the final round in Taupo. That is going to be a huge event alongside supercars. So Chris White leading the way with a tally of 871 there over Zach Blinko. Hugo Allen third now in the points standings, and as we've just confirmed there, Lee Zeltwanger is your rookie champion. The big night of nights too coming up after the Taupo weekend with our colleague and Stephen McIver emceeing the awards night. But the outright championship still to be decided. We know who's won the rookie crown. We're going to grab a break. Still lots more to come your way this afternoon live here at Manfeild.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an actual Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying her kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
pit lane, the Triple R's. And Andrew, Rusty, Richard, Ronan, and Andrew Wade, our great mate. We're in a little break, everybody, before the racing resumes here. Some cars firing up in the background. And we thought that was a wonderful opportunity to reflect on what has been an epic summer for all sorts of reasons. And the headline, in many ways, the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy, off the back of what Arvid Lindblad did the year before. The influx of talent, of names, was off the scale this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, Rusty, it was one of the strongest fields we've ever seen in what we now call CT Frot, and the fact that 9 of them will be on the grid at Albert Park next week in FIA Formula 3 is pretty remarkable, and it shows the power of that category that Arvid Lindblad, who won here last year, is now in Formula 1. He'll be on the main game grid next weekend. That's pretty remarkable. It's such a great summer, boys, of racing. Ronan and Andrew, how deeply competitive that show was.
I think what's important to take off the back of that is we just about know that at least one of those drivers off this grid that was competed this year will most likely be in Formula 1 in the future. You just had that feeling, you know. We knew Arvid Lindblad, he had a massive future ahead of him, and then coming into this year with how stacked that grid is, we walked away from it and we spoke multiple times like one of these guys are going to be on the Formula 1 grid for sure by the end of it. We saw Freddie Slater, he got announced as an Audi junior driver, so you know it's just so great to see those up-and-coming juniors come through New Zealand, come and do the CT Frot series, and they want to be here, they want to be part of the series.
Right, and we're proud of some of the Kiwis that took part as well, but in the end it was Ugo Ugachukwu and what he did consistently across those 4 weeks.
Yeah, and he certainly showed that he's going to be one to watch in the future over the next couple of years. Handed the baton on to Ugo Ugachukwu, and, you know, going forward, you know, it was incredible finale. Obviously, Zach Skula, a Kiwi, took out the New Zealand Grand Prix, and he's going to be one to watch going forward as well. Awesome to see a Kiwi take out that coveted trophy at Highlands only a couple of weeks ago.
The reaction among the fans at the venues that we went to, certainly the numbers that we saw from our ratings with our partners at Sky and on YouTube. YouTube was off the scale as well. But I love the passion. And Yevon David, what he did in garnering the support of the Sri Lankan community here in New Zealand was remarkable, wasn't it?
Every round, Rusty, was like being at a Black Caps versus Sri Lankan cricket game more than motorsport. It was incredible, wasn't it? And we first had that trickle of fans come in at Hampton Downs at the International, the opening round of the 4-round CT Frot Championship. We're like, oh, this is something. When 100 of them drove down from Auckland to Taupo for round 2, we knew we were onto something. And then when they turned up at Teretonga a week later, as far south as you can get in motor racing, it was such a vibe. It was such a wonderful community feeling around that whole summer. I loved it. Absolute highlight for me.
It was a true mixture of nationalities that were represented on that grid, and I think that that lends to the fact that Kalle Rovanperä, who's in a phase of his career, still in his mid-20s, but has made a huge change of tack, and the response from Finland, those watching on from Finland, as you know, to what he did over summer was incredible, wasn't it?
Well, what he did do was incredible. The way he drove that car to come into this championship and do what he did
from rally,
rally, exactly, to be 2-time world rally champion, to come over here, be part of it, do what he did, and he didn't make a fool of himself by any means. The way he drove, it was the hardest year to possibly come into that championship, but that's only a good thing. Yes, at times he was down the back, but it's because everyone was so fast. So for him to be able to do what he did, and we kept speaking to each other about how just the way he kept developing in such a short amount of time. We were so excited to see how he's going to go at Highlands, and he was fast in practice at Highlands, and it was a real shame he wasn't able to complete that with obviously a bit of sickness, but either way, I would love to see him back again next year, and fingers crossed we can see such things.
I'd love to, and we hope he has a great year abroad in Japan. You know both Ryan Wood and Louis Sharp incredibly well. What did they say about competing against Kalle Rovanperä?
Yeah, those boys, they were pretty excited about the chance to get to fight against someone from a different discipline, you know, hailing from Finland. Kalle Rovanperä, 2-time world champion, but obviously Ryan Wood, Louis Sharp, you know, they're never ones that you want to ever discount. Ryan Wood, supercar race winner. Louis Sharp, obviously just about to start his campaign for Prema in FIA Formula 3 next week, and then at Melbourne and Albert Park.
Yeah. Can we come to the New Zealand Grand Prix now? It was a milestone weekend for that incredible event. 70th running of the New Zealand Grand Prix. Huge thing at Highlands. We had all kinds of storylines in the lead up, and in the end, a Kiwi won it.
Yeah, and it turned out it was quite a dramatic weekend off track. We had Ugo Igachukwu crash early in the weekend, which was a turn-up we didn't expect to see. So the team raced to fix his car up. And then we ended up with this almost fairy tale story of Zach Schooler winning the New Zealand Grand Prix. So the 70th NZGP went the way of a Kiwi driver, but one that's got close ties with Tony Quinn, who owns the circuit, with Zach's dad injured quite badly in a crash, and we'll say that TQ basically helped save his life. Remarkable storylines around that, but we celebrated the history of the Grand Prix in the lead up to it, and we had an amazing series that our team put together, and you can watch it all on the Repco NextGen NZ YouTube channel, charting the history of this incredible race. So to have Zach Schooler add his name to that list of some of the biggest names in the history of world motorsport was such a special moment, and it was a privilege for Andrew and I to call it and just to be part of that event. It was amazing.
And that same weekend, of course, Ugo claiming the crown. Boys, when we walked away from Highlands, the conclusion of all of that, when all of those competitors, and Ronan's pointed out, they're about to line up for FIA Formula 3 next weekend at Albert Park, there is this strange but beautiful camaraderie among all of them. They had a fabulous time together, didn't they?
Yeah, there's been certainly a few comments about, you know, it was like a family coming here, being part of this championship, because when the drivers get here, they spend 4 weeks together. Yes, on the track, they fight super hard against each other, but there seems to be that level of respect that when they're away from the track, a lot of them travel together, that they form some amazing friendships as well. I remember from my time in the championship, you form some lifelong friendships out of it. So it's very cool, and so many highlights them to take away, but their racing is so aggressive. We saw how much it means to them. You think of Jin Nakamura, his interview at the end of the New Zealand Grand Prix. He was heartbroken. He was in tears, the fact that he finished second, but to layer that again, he had some of the highest people in Toyota Motorsport there watching him, because they knew how important that championship is, not only to Jin, but to Toyota, that tie-in. It just shows that this just keeps elevating year after year, and the importance of the New Zealand Grand Prix.
All of the drivers and many in the teams brought their families along for the journey, because it's such a busy 4-week period for us here. So it does become this beautiful family-friendly. I mean, we're in Fielding. What is it? New Zealand's most beautiful town. Friendly Fielding, as they call it, quite appropriate. But that is, you know, one of the big takeaways for us in the championship. Ronan, can I come to you quickly too? Because I thought what Woody did over summer, I mean, for a supercar driver to come and play in a single-seater, I mean, it just underscored the depth of his talent, didn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty special to see him, you know, take a race win and win those races, and you know, and to come out in Taupo there, seeing him get out of the car and get up and do his little Woody thing, and you know, it was just awesome, and you know, shows how versatile and adaptive he is as a racing car driver, and to come into something he's never done. He'd never raced a single-seater car before, and to come out and show some of the drivers that are looking to make their name, hopefully in Formula 1 in the future, what some of these drivers are all about here in Australasia. It was a big statement.
Yeah, on that, Ryan Wood winning the Denny Holm Memorial Trophy at Taupo was extraordinary. But I think one of the other things for mine, boys, is that the family vibe at these events, I've never seen so many young people coming to races. And I don't know if there's a little bit of drive to survive about these next sequence of Formula 1 drivers 100%. About it. But the amount of people that knew who Freddie Slater was, or Ugo Igachukwu, and were actively engaged already with their careers. And these kids are only 17, 18 or 19 years of age, but there were kids and families out there. It was awesome.
Yeah, and just to add to that as well, that family atmosphere. We got families that we've never seen this level of support from, families not only in the grandstands but also in the pit lane as well. We've got that family tie-in from different areas. You know, everyone gets involved, and it's what also makes NextGen what it is today. We've got the serious side of it, but we've got that family sort of feeling with the way it's all evolving, and it just gives me so much more excitement with what's next, and I can't wait for next season already.
All of us love the competition that exists in the Repco NextGen NZ Championship across all of the classes for that matter, but there are some unbelievable characters, I should say, in this paddock, and what we thought we'd try and do is harness a bit of that with the debut of what we kind of affectionately called Love Highlands. If you haven't seen it, check this out.
This is what happens when sport and reality TV collide. Crazy challenges and competitive spirits. It's a little of Top Gear with the amazing race all rolled into one. Welcome to Love Highlands.
Oh, this is going to be easy to keep them full. What are we getting so far? Are we liking it?
Pie.
First helicopter ride, Justin.
Oh, mate.
I bet you've done a lot.
Done a few around here. That's how you tend to get around in Queenstown.
Yeah.
By helicopter.
There's no way there's going to be anything left in this. And get in your spit. I didn't feel a drop.
Oh, that is a bit different.
Whoa.
Hey?
Oh my God.
I took a chunk at that. It didn't come all the way off.
Any flavours coming to mind?
I taste grapes again.
Good boy,
Yeah.
good boy. It is made from grapes.
Always made from grapes, mate. This is unfair.
That's a definite 10.
Ask me first the next time.
What can you taste, Tony?
I taste grapes too.
What the No! God!
I'm ready for this, yep. So there, obviously the difficulty in it is the fact that you can't see.
Yep.
So we're going to have to be very mindful of that.
Yep, proper
but I'm sure we can
reception.
formulate something really
Yes.
interesting.
Yep. They say your other senses heighten when
Yes.
one is taken.
Okay.
This feels like it's a little bit more in my wheelhouse.
Putting lipstick on?
Not the lipstick part, the jet sprint stuff. You've munted me. You actually look alright. It actually looks like... Compared to me, he looks okay, eh? Yeah. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Yeah, it's nice weather.
Make sure you can stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final of Love Highlands. Are you ready? Runners, 3, 2, 1, away! He's got it! Slides it out of the final corner! Tony and Louis will do it!
This is the best win of my career to date. I can't believe it. TQ, you're a legend. Holding off four-time Bathurst winner is not easy, so no, I'm very, very proud of our team.
And that is just a little slice of the chaos that unfolded. We had many, many laughs along the way. And if you'd like to see it in full, you can go to our Repco NextGen NZ Championship YouTube channel and enjoy a brand new reality show. And I'm reliably told we're going to be shoehorned into that again probably next year, aren't we?
That beats any reality TV that I've seen in the last 2 decades, I reckon. Love Highlands, that was ace.
Hey, bit of news to just through, and you might like to guide us through it, the calendar. We are about to release our calendar for the 26-27 summer, and we can't wait for that.
We are, Rusty, and we'll get the boys' thoughts on this as well, because we go back to some great tracks in Season 3 for Repco NextGen NZ. It'll all kick off in November at Taupo Motorsport Park, which is where we all launched this thing for Season 1. We then have the 4 in a row, so Hampton Downs International, then back down for the historic GP at Taupo, which is an incredible event with some of the coolest old school and heritage cars in the sport. And then we head south again. Cannot wait to get back to Invercargill and Tauratonga Park down there, where we saw Calais Rovanpera so spectacular in the wet in CT Frot. And then the 71st NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix is back at Highlands at the end of January. And then we finished with a new event at Hampton Downs on the national circuit in mid-February next year. So that is provisional, the calendar for next year. It's subject to Motorsport New Zealand approval and the other global dates. So make sure that we're playing in clean air so that everyone can come and play and we're not clashing with everything. And the other point I'd like to make is we love the Manawatu and we want to be here at Manfeild. So while Manfeild Park isn't on the circuit for season 3, the plan is that we'll open season 4 at the end of 2027 here at Manfeild to ensure that we can keep coming back to fielding Palmerston North and this part of the world for more motor racing. So that's season 3, but we're already building ahead to season 4 as well.
Ron and Andrew, the thing I love about that, nice mixture of newer generation circuits, but also paying, respects and involvement to some of the classics, the heritage venues too, if you like.
Yeah, for sure. Tracks like Tauratonga, the heritage of that, it's just always such a great track to go to. It's the flow that track has. Every driver gets there, and you look at that track on paper and you're like, yeah, we'll get through it, but there's nothing like driving around it, as you know, Ronan. So to be able to go there, and obviously Highlands, it's always a great place for the New Zealand Grand Prix. There's no words that describe how good that place is until you actually get there for the first time. And Ronan, you've done a lot of driving there too.
Yeah, none of the tracks in New Zealand are for the faint-hearted. They're all got their technicalities and their little quirks, but no, exactly right. And it is important to respect and remember the heritage and the history of all these great racetracks. And obviously, the likes of Taupo and Highlands and Hampton Downs, we're building new history and heritage at those places that haven't been around quite as long. But, they're all the same, just terrific racetracks, and can't wait to go back.
Nice to have a...
No, well said.
Well, we've just had a nice little reflection over summer there, but you don't get an early mark. You guys need to go back to work. We're going to go racing after the commercial break. TA2, SP Tools, TA2 New Zealand Championship. They're all gridded up here at Manfeild. Stick around.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an NAPA Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying her kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
A little bit of a smorgasbord offering that we've had here, and it's a good one too. For the final round of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, we've had a wonderful summer, and this category, being a part of it, has been an absolute joy. Greg Ruston, Ronan Murphy with you in commentary as we set off for 2 warm-up laps of the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship, their 3rd race of the weekend. We invert the field, as you can see, so Lance Gerlach off the front row alongside Elton Wichman, who had a little bit of the way of drama or an issue with that 28 in today's earlier race. Now, Leo Bolt there had a coming together with Gerlach right about this point of the track, in fact, actually, in that race. So a bit went on, and you need to watch for the likes of Dylan Grant, who's won 2 races so far this weekend in the NAPA Auto Parts Dodge Challenger. Watch for Caleb Byers, the series leader as well, who's out of 9, Dylan out of 10. And from grid position 8, arguably with one of his best chances of the weekend, is Toby Elmiger. And I'm hastened to sort of put a little question marks about a wily fox in the field who knows this class very well. That's Paul Manuel out of grid 7, who's raced in all sorts of different classes and competed in this category up in Asia, raced in Darwin at one point and paired with some of the Aussies up there, and he's become one of the team that have helped build TA2 New Zealand to what it is now. There's a whole group of them there. There's 20 cars that we're expecting for the next round of the championship at Taupo, and they're very excited about being on the Supercars program. More cars coming into the country. I think there's a Mustang about to break cover, and Camaro that's potentially up for purchase or lease. I know our good colleagues in Australia are watching on too, because the class on both sides of the ditch absolutely love their V8 racing. But whether it's TA2 or at the pointy end, what they call Trans Am in Australia, there's in the order of, I think, 160 cars on that side. And we will absolutely get an Aussie versus Kiwis challenge again at some point on either side, for that matter, which we cannot wait for. So Lance Gerlach will start this one from pole position in the Pack and Save 38 alongside Elton Wichman. Leo Bolt, watch for him in the Dodge Challenger as well. And Jamie McDonald, a sprint car star who's made the transition to this style of racing, but probably with a little bit of learning last time out. It did seem as though there was a bit of, in the way of compression locks or something going on in the downshifts that saw a couple of awkward moments for him. The ones to watch coming through the field, Elmiger, Byers, Dylan Grant, they are all at the pointy end of the ladder, the series ladder. So Grant hoping to make it 3 from 3, but he's got the most work to do. Caleb Byers, a little bit of an up and down weekend, but he came back through the field when he dropped to 6th in race 2 earlier today. He came back through strong, didn't he?
Yeah, he made amends, Rusty, and got himself back up to where he started the race from, but obviously it wasn't the start that Caleb Byers was looking for. It ended up, we thought, man, he's brave going where he did, and then unfortunately ended up off the road. So hopefully that doesn't happen again, and he can get a good start and try and take it to Dylan Grant. But at the same time, while he's trying to do that, he's got to pass about 8 or 9 cars.
Supra safety car accelerates away, the GR Supra. It'll come into the pit lane. Field's bunched up. It's under the control now of Lance Gerlach and Elton Wichman on the front row. Keep an eye on that NAPA Auto Parts entry. Going for the 3-peat. Dylan Grant, can he cleanly make his way through the field? People that have come from all sorts of different backgrounds. Mazda racing, sprint cars, and more. And they're about to unleash the V8 power. Camaros, Mustangs, Dodge Challengers, really cool class this. Listen to the Byers is right off on the grass, lawn mowing. He can't pull that up there. That'll be awkward. Nearly gets into Peter Ward, somehow keeps it together.
That was crazy. Oh no, there's something. Oh, Peter Ward's gone. That's big. A huge crash. That is a huge crash.
We'll go safety car here for sure.
And Elmiger was also involved in that. We see his cars. Yeah, red flag. That's
Wardy's.
Wardy's got his thumb out the window, so he's okay. But
Elmiger's car too. You've highlighted that.
That was never nice to see, not what you want to see, and something's obviously gone awry there because we were focused on what Caleb Byers was doing, Rusty, but something in between that we missed has obviously occurred.
I wonder if in that compression we saw Leo Bolt get a little out of shape, and I wonder if people avoiding or trying to avoid that has made it a lot worse. So the great job, the team here at the Manawatu Car Club and everybody from Motorsport New Zealand, all of our wonderful volunteers, very quickly on scene. We've already seen that Peter Ward in the Ward demolition entry has put his hand out the window, and I think that was a mixture of, hey, I'm okay, but also a little bit of frustration. And that's 2 rounds now where that car has sustained fairly decent damage.
Absolutely, it was a bit of a concertina effect, and unfortunately they got into each other pretty hard. I'm sure we'll be able to see a replay at some stage, but not ideal at all, and never nice to see. Look at the damage to the back of the number 69, the Ward demolition Camaro. That's unfortunately going to need some TLC, but we can see there Peter Ward getting out of the car. He looks A-okay. That's always the main thing and always the most important thing. Toby Almager's car is also...
That's a blow. Remember, he's third in the series standings as well, and I think it's got some damage running on the side of the car that we can't see.
Yes.
On that rear left side, which is actually driver's side in these cars, obviously, they're left-hand drive. But I have a feeling it's the coming together between those two, and then maybe the launch of wheels. So the medicos that are on site there, Motorsport New Zealand Race Control next door to us, are all have confirmed all drivers are okay. So you talk us through this. Here we go.
Yeah, so the replay at the start. So we see it was all clean going down there. We see Caleb Byers, he very ambitious, got out into the grass a little bit. He pulled it up though. There wasn't, at first I thought that's going to go real awry, but he actually pulled it up and did a good job. He was fully under control. They got through there okay, and then something's occurred. Something happened to Leo Bolt, it looked like. And then there with Carl Gaines, I think he had contact. He came across back into Byers. Byers then went into Wardy and into Toby Almager, and it all unfolded from there. So
was Almager or one of them nervous about what was about to happen?
Yeah, and kind of tried to take evasive action.
So you can see Peter Ward there from Ward Demolition. He's great mate of Shane Van Gisbergen's. And good to see that he's okay. And there's Elmiger's car. Let's have a... Can we see? I thought there might have been some damage there on that side. I can't immediately see, but he's obviously out of the game of this one. Be interesting to see if, while we're red flagged here, if he'll be able to...
I think that car's got damage on the right front there. Sort of looked like it. When it made contact with Peter Ward's Camaro, it might have torn some of the suspension out of the front of it. So... unfortunate there for Toby Almager, and obviously if that car was A-okay to keep going, he would have. So we see there, so Byers got up the inside, ambitious, but he got the move done, and semi-done, and that was okay where he placed his car. We see there, Bolt had a moment. Oh, no, he did it himself. And then he's ended up, came back across towards Byers. Byers has ended up having to check up, and Peter Ward and Toby Almager were just trying to take evasive action. So we see there, and then as it's come back, then there was some contact. Paul Manuel did a great job to not make contact.
Have the likes of Byers and maybe Wardy come out of it a little bit? I don't know whether Elmiger's perhaps had a bit more throttle. I don't know whether you can see some damage to the right front
it did look
of
like
the Elmiger car. I mean, we're surmising here, so we don't know whether that's... I tell you who's lucky, Carl Gaines in the 61. As that's all going pear-shaped, he accelerates away in the 61. So a bit to unpick from all of that. Andrew's in the lane too, so we'll be able to hopefully get some updates for you. But we'll have a reset here at Manfeild, and that car was of Wardy's, went through a pretty decent accident at Highlands under the bridge there, and I think might have been Lance Gerlach had a bit of trouble with his car. It got out of shape, and as Wardy was endeavouring to avoid it all, it made contact with the wall. They've done a very good job to repair it in time for this weekend, but for the second straight round of the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship, they've got a decent work list ahead of them as far as rebuild is concerned. I'm intrigued by what happened to Leo there. Did it just on cold rubber? Was it lighting up the rears? Why did it sort of break away on him like that?
Yeah, I think he just came out of turn one and got a bit excited, and he lost the the rear started swaying side to side. He got as he got on the throttle, and unfortunately, yeah, he just wasn't confident enough to sort of power through it, and came out of the throttle. And when he did that, it made the car oscillate side to side, and then
look at you go, oscillate.
Really had a moment, had to get on the brakes possibly. We see there, so he's gone into that big slide, then he's gone on the brakes, and then at that moment, Byers, Ward, and Almager were all trying to go around the outside of him, and then when they've seen that happen, yeah, right there. Maybe he didn't get on. No, he didn't get on the brakes. Caleb Byers definitely had to get on the brakes, and then Almager and Ward were sandwiched in beside Byers, and then unfortunately made contact. And once you leave the track at speed onto that grass, you become a passenger.
That's hard to watch for Toby Almager. He sort of sacrificed, if you will, race one, knowing that he'd had good rubber for the final two races of the weekend. As I said before, third on the ladder, so they're just having a look at the rear end of the Flying Dutchman's car there, just to understand why it may have broken traction there. So they're still waiting to recover Peter Ward's car. So that ultimately, as things stand, we're red flagged at the moment, but as the flag came out, Gerlach was still your leader from Elton Wichman and Jamie McDonald, the sprint car racer. So we'll find out from Motorsport New Zealand Race Control if we get a resumption of play, how many laps it will be. We're in their hands at the moment. On the flatbed comes in the trailer, I should say, comes in the 74. We're trying, if we can, to get a restart for you. But we've got a number of considerations just around you know, timing, event scheduling, and so on for people here this afternoon. But that is certainly the wish, the want. Yeah. Need to look at the tyre wall too, do we? Is that what's going on there? Yeah.
I think that looks to be the case down there. That car of Peter Ward's hit that tyre bundle very hard, and it's moved some of those tyres pretty far out of the way. So hopefully, and we all hope and pray that we will get a restart, but if not the case, then we will have to unfortunately call the race. But at this stage, we see the awesome team here at Manfeild looking around down there, having an inspection. But let's go down to Andrew.
Yeah, guys, just caught up with Jake Stoneman, Peter Ward's engineer, and said obviously very, very frustrated with that one. That's the third big one in a row that they've had, obviously at Highlands.
Oh, Tiratonga too, yeah.
As Greg, you were commenting on, and then also, yeah, you throw in Tiratonga as well in a car that was borrowed. So frustrating times for him.
Great pickup, Andrew, and but I mean, not a stat that he probably wants to be reminded of. So lots of executive here from Motorsport New Zealand who are surveying what's happening as far as those tyre bundles are concerned. So now we've got some activity around trying to get those back in place safely and signed off as okay to continue our competition this afternoon. We'll try and get a few more updates from the lane. You can find, incidentally, those dates. We'll publish them for you on the Repco NextGen NZ Championship social platform, so you can see what the plan is for our championship next summer. Some very cool things that, in terms of the venues that we will go to, just detailed there before. We caught up with Richard Crail and the boys in the pit lane before this race kicked off.
Doesn't seem to be everyone's still inspecting the track at the moment, or inspecting the tyre wall, so we'll have to wait and see what the verdict is. And obviously that car hasn't actually been moved yet, so maybe a little bit more to the story than what we can see from here. Lance Gerlach there in the 38 car, the Pack and Save Westgate car. Looks like he's got his window net down there.
They are a great thing, aren't they? I mean, they're designed to be cost-effective first and foremost. The bodywork on them celebrates the great muscle cars that so many Kiwis and Aussies love. No wonder it's popular in America as well. The Chevrolet Camaro, the Ford Mustang, the Dodge Challenger, and so on. Control engine underneath it. The chassis can, you know, in those moments where you might have a decent hit like that, it's a relatively inexpensive, straightforward process to get the right bits that the category have on the shelf so often to rebuild them. Gary Lathrope there on the left of your screen with the Repco NextGen NZ Championship cap and shirt on, talking to Leo Bolton. I'd say that they're working through at the moment what the rough plan might be should we be able to get a resumption of this. He's one of them that's involved in the class quite heavily. As I detailed before, we've had some great growth and a number of new cars in the country, and lots more interest too, Ronan, about people from different categories potentially looking at this as an option for next summer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a terrific class, and we've seen some incredible racing so far this season. And obviously, the racing, if you keep tabs on what's happening in Australia with the TA2 class, it's multiple different championships, and the racing's competitive. It's fast. Everyone's enjoying it. It's what motor racing should be and what it's all about. And obviously, it's only going to continue to grow here in New Zealand, the SP Tools TA2 Championship. But let's head down to Andrew down on the grid.
While we're in this red flag situation, just sort of be a good chance to catch up with Leo Boltz, where you get a bit sideways out of turn one. Just talk us through what happened.
Yeah, I just think I put the power on just a little bit too early, and she went a bit sideways and tried to catch it, and a little bit of a tank slap. So clearly just, I think I clipped someone maybe as he was trying to overtake at that time, and it almost felt like I had a flat tyre, but that seems to be okay.
You're pretty new to this championship, and just, it's new to everyone. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's a real challenge. Lot to learn about the cars to get the balance right, which, we're still struggling a little with. We can get the front to work and not the rear, and then we can get the rear to work and not the front. So a little bit more work. It's probably going to take the whole season to get to a point that we're pretty comfortable with driving it.
A lot of fun, these cars. Enjoy the rest of the race. Good luck.
Just giving you a little sense of, that word we often use about the camaraderie in this field. And even Paul Manuel, with that issue with the engine in his Dodge Challenger last night, it meant they had to throw a new motor at it. And I think they were finished by 7 o'clock last night. And that's because everybody, all the rival teams, all chipped in here. So that just shows you what Leo was talking about with Andrew a moment ago. It breaks traction, and then what unfolds, I think, is in part because everyone was just trying to make a bet on which way it was going to play out. And unfortunately, we've seen Peter Ward with his car end up into the tyre bundles down there. Let's get some more from Andrew now.
Down with Caleb Byers, was up the inside at the start of their race. Bit of a hairy moment for you at the start.
Yeah, I mean, the start's always the hardest in these races, so I tried my best. It was pretty awkward. I didn't really have anywhere to go, so try my best to avoid it. But yeah, we'll be right. We'll just try and get a clean start on this restart, and then we'll go from there.
And talk us through once you came out of turn one there, what unfolded in front of you there with the incident while we're now under red.
Yeah, it looks like Leo in front just got a bit of sideways, and I couldn't really tell which way he was going to go, and I guessed and got it wrong. I made a bit of contact, but I'll go and apologise to him after the race and hope there's no bad blood.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we have this. There's no bad blood either. That doesn't often happen in this class. Here's Toby Elbinger's machine back in the pit lane.
Yeah, and even probably the good news with that car is, like, even the front body work will be repairable or recoverable. It's just obviously unfortunate what's happened with the front right there. That's meant he's unfortunately had to come back on the tilt tray, but that's
They got an issue with the steering there, maybe, in that car.
Yeah, it might have broken a steering arm from that contact.
So still waiting for Motorsport New Zealand Race Control just to give us an update. We're hoping that we might be able to get things back underway for you in about 15 minutes' time. We'll get an update on that. In the meantime, more from Andrew.
Down with Paul Manuel now, someone that's been involved with the series right from the conception, and how are you enjoying it so far? It's great to see the cars evolving and more people getting involved.
Yeah, I was sort of forced into a corner getting in the car this weekend, but I'm absolutely wrapped and try and get me out of here again. I love it. It's awesome. And yeah, we might have another crack at Taupo as well.
And know how competitive you are, and what you've achieved in the past. You're finding it, some of these young guys are doing a pretty good job, struggling to keep up with them at the best of times.
Yeah, the young guys are quick, but yeah, we'll see how we go. We just keep fresh. We've still got, as you've seen just now, to finish first, you got to finish, don't you?
What's the secret to these cars? I've been lucky enough to do a couple laps in them, but they're just so different to drive. They're so much fun to drive. What's the secret? Please.
The secret is obviously you got to look after your tyres, you know, and the races, you know, like this here's a 12-lap race, and we've just got it. Sorry, the radio just came out the top of me there. You know, there's a lot of setup stuff, but you can actually over-engineer the cars. So there's a lot to be said about keeping them basic and keeping them simple. So you know, that's probably the first thing, and then keeping fresh behind the wheel.
And that's what I think it must come down to, is it obviously you've done so many miles, as I was saying before, and how fast you are in so many cars. You reckon if you just, you know, a few more miles, you'd be more than mixing it with those other guys, with Caleb and Dylan?
Oh, I'd like to think the old boys have still got a little bit in them, eh? We'll see how we go now. I reckon I've got a pretty good car under me now, so I'm actually excited about this race. It's a pity about this, but turn one, there's always something here going on, so I guess the wiry old me just waited back a little bit, and yeah. But it's a long race. 12 laps is a long race.
Oh, I'm expecting you to get up there. You certainly know what you're doing behind the wheel. Back up to you, Griggles.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We need a commercial break. That's going to stick, isn't it? Right. Back with more. We'll hopefully get some news for you on a resumption for the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship live from Manfeild. We're under red flag conditions. Back shortly.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an ad for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
Back live at Manfeild, still a decent afternoon of competition to come your way here as a part of the grand final of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. The good team of volunteers here working hard to ensure that we can just safely get that tyre bundle after the incident for Peter Ward back in place. Bit of work happening here in the lane with Action Motorsport and some of the crew around Toby Elminger's car. And we're just waiting on a bit of confirmation for you about what the race might look like from a duration standpoint, given the length of the stoppage here with the red flag and so on, what knock-on effect that could possibly have for, say, the Somerset GT New Zealand series, which is going to kind of help bookend our afternoon for you. We've got decent race to come your way there with the GT competitors. Obviously, in these moments, we need to make sure that it's all signed off and done right. If you've just joined the coverage, you can see the windmills on the hill there in the background. We are basically just on the very edge of the township of Fielding, about 20 kilometres from Palmerston North. This is Manfeild Circuit Chris Amon, named after one of the great Kiwi racers, and he was in Formula One between the 60s and early 70s, famously won the Le Mans 24-hour as well. This is the reason for the stoppage, if you've just tuned in here on Sky in New Zealand. Caleb Byers, big move down the inside on the grass, but gets everything sorted out. Then seems Leo Bolton, the 38 in front of them, seems to break traction for some reason, and then as everyone endeavours to anticipate what the best move is, with that car a little out of shape, it goes pear-shaped for Peter Ward and then ultimately for Toby Elmiger. So I think Byers and Wardy kind of check up a little bit. Elmiger is possibly on the throttle a little bit more. His car might have sustained some steering damage back in the lane. We'll endeavour to talk to him, and I think for the third straight race meeting, it is game over, and a bit of work to do on the repairs for Peter Ward's car. But he's out and A-OK. Our camera's taking you under the bonnet here. I think that's Elmiger's car. Let's get an update from Andrew.
Frantic work down here for the Action Motorsport team on Toby Elmiger's car. They're trying to get this car repaired and back out on track in time to finish this race. So it looks like they're repairing the bottom arm on it. So they're flat out trying to get that repaired, and got Toby here as well. Toby, talk us through what happened for you at the start there.
Yeah, unfortunately just had to start on the outside line and got taken out. Don't think there was much I could have done there really, but the team's on it now to try and get me back up for the restart.
Is this obviously an important play to try to get back out there for the championship points?
Yeah, that's the goal, just to not get a DNF and see what we can do with the championship from here.
Well, it seems you've just been so consistent. Every time you're out, you're just getting faster and faster. Is that the goal? That's what you're working towards, just trying to convert them to a few more race wins?
Yeah, obviously that's the goal, just trying to be up the front consistently and see what we can do for the championship. But obviously this doesn't help us too much.
The team are pretty confident they're going to get the car back out?
Yeah, I think so. Should be good. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'll sustain any damage or not, so who knows.
Best of luck getting back out there.
He's trying to remain nice and calm. He's been that way all weekend, actually. So that's another separate little race unfolding here. When the stoppage happened, Lance Gerlach in the pack and save entry in the 38 was our race leader, but it was very early on, literally through that first corner from Elton Wichman and Jamie McDonald. So again, our cameras taking you a little closer to see what's unfolding as far as the repairs are concerned there. We believe that we might get a resumption of this race, albeit a fraction shorter, and that could have a knock-on effect, as I said before, for our the rest of our races scheduled this afternoon here live at Manfeild. As we go back to Andrew.
Another angle of what goes on in a race weekend down here with Taylor Bryant. Taylor, you're obviously very experienced, very fast, and a lot of 86 racing, GT4 racing lately. What's your role here with Toby this weekend?
Yeah, so pretty much since Toby started car racing, I've worked with him. Obviously the connection through his Uncle John, so yeah, I mean, nearly every weekend me and Toby are working together in a car, so yeah, his progression's pretty incredible, to be fair. From Toyota 86, as you know, 3 months ago, now he's in a big beast like this, running up the front. He's doing a really good job, so proud of the young kid.
And you've raced at a high level in the 86s, as I was saying, in the GT4 car. You know what it takes to make them go fast, and obviously the Lamborghini you've been racing as well lately. What's the difference of a GT car like that compared to a beast like this with the big sidewalls on the tyres? What does it take to get these cars going fast?
Yeah, I think these cars are just so much different, you know. You go to a GT car and you don't have, you know, we've got roll centre adjustments. If you have a look in the rear end, there's a million things you can adjust with these things. Obviously, like you say, the tyre's completely different, moves around a lot on the sidewall, and your main thing is you got no traction control, no ABS, and pretty much no downforce. So for Toby, moving from the 86 to this has been quite a good step. It's just really a big 86, a lot more power. on a slick tyre. You know, like I said, he's progressing really good. So this season, like I said, with his dad, Todd, and the family, this is our learning year. We'll come back next year. And he's already, you know, won a couple of races and we've made some cool leeways with him. So, yeah, moving forward, hopefully we'll be only up from here. He's still young. He's got plenty of time.
Confident they can get the car back out for this one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the boys at Action, we always work hard. We want to give them the best we can. And at the end of the day, if we can just get around and just circulate laps, keep getting points for them, that's our main thing, really.
Great job. Thank you.
He's been a racer himself, and the last time I caught up with him, in fact, he was working, of course, as an instructor for the excellent Street Smart program. He was at Taupo there. My youngest daughter went along and took part in the course for the day. Very valuable thing that we would encourage all of our viewers here in New Zealand especially to help that next generation of kids as they hit the roads here in New Zealand to be better equipped to deal with things, make good choices. You can find out more about that. It's a program that Greg Murphy has championed very passionately, brought back with the support of Tony Quinn from Hibernation in the last year and a bit, and it's excellent. So Street Smart, go and search that, and if you've got teenage kids who are getting their license, Taylor there on the right is one of the instructors that we use, and it's Ronan about real world training, not just you know, getting on the web and learning the road rules and the road code as such. It's actually real world stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and also I guess changes your perception on driving on the road, and the you know, not to take it for granted in some of those real situations you can find yourself in.
So check it out on the Street Smart socials, and you can find them online, of course. Enroll your kids today. Let's head to Richard.
Rusty, thank you. And Ronan, just thought it was worth touching on exactly why this is taking some time to get back to racing. Safety is the #1 concern from everyone here at Manfeild and the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, and importantly upstairs in Motorsport New Zealand Race Control. So with the damage to the tyre bundle that you saw Peter Ward hit at very high speed, what that does is it moves the tyres, it dislodges the tyres, and it basically changes the circuit safety because it's moved part of the safety defences around it. So before they can go back to racing, they need to make sure that what is there is in place, matches basically what was moved in the accident. So that's the process. They're going through a rigorous procedure to make sure that the circuit is safe, and that if another accident happens there, the first line of protection can do its job again and protect the driver, most importantly, and protect the officials there at that marshal point. So they will take the time that they need. Safety is absolutely the #1 concern in this scenario. If it takes time, if it means we have to play around with the schedule a little bit, then so be it. But making sure that the circuit is as safe as possible is the #1 concern here. So that's why all this effort's going into it, to make sure that the tyres are back in position, to the repairs are absolutely good. It then gets ticked off by Motorsport New Zealand Race Control upstairs. They'll sign off on it, and then we'll be able to go back to racing, and the restart procedure, which is enshrined in the sporting regs, will start from that place. So that's just a little bit of context for why it's taking this time to make sure that this wonderful circuit is good to go for a resumption of play.
Our great friend Richard Crail, who was so good in commentary over summer for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy, and we'll head things up for the 10 network on the other side of the ditch for Formula One next weekend at Albert Park in play-by-play commentary. So you can see Peter Ward there out. He's okay, shaking his head, not necessarily happy, but we're glad he's all right after that incident. Andrew Wade, I think, is in there as well, so perhaps we might hear from Wardy very, very shortly. And the team here next door to us in Motorsport New Zealand Race Control continuing to assess that situation that Richard just described there a moment ago. I think Wardy's standing by. Let's go to Andrew.
Here with Peter Ward. He's still got a smile on his face, but talk us through what happened there for you.
Well, we had a start. I was down on the inside. One of the other boys come down on the inside, and I thought, okay, I got that. So I gave him a bit of room, and we got round the first corner, and there was another car. He must have had grass and some, but he had a bit of room, not sure what it was. But then we got round the corner, and then all of a sudden I just got sent. Looked like Leo got out of control, but I'm not sure. It just happened so fast, and then I'm just served and sent like a letter into the wall.
Luck doesn't seem to be on your side at the moment. That's the 3 in the row. What do you got to do from here to get going again?
Mate, I don't know. Funny enough, I'm thinking about that as I'm served up on the wall and I'm just going, oh, shit. It was one of those oh, shit moments. And you just, I don't know. I don't know, I'm just having another one of those meetings. And it's not my fault. That sucks.
That's certainly the worst part. But on a brighter note, you're a massive supporter of Shane Van Gisbergen. We see him on your helmet. He's just had a great morning this morning, hasn't he? A little bit better than yours, maybe. Won the race.
He's had a way better morning than me. So, yeah, no, it's good to see. It's good to see. Shane did a bloody good burnout. He's going to have to work on his ball kicking skills, but that's all right.
Just what makes you keep supporting him? With obviously, we know how well he goes. What's, you've got an investment in him. What is it to you that keeps you putting back into him?
Look, we have a lot of fun and the boys give back as much as we give out, so it all sort of seems to work. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's something to follow and something to do, and the branding's good because I can get enough bad branding. I knocked the pub down the other day and the hate mail was like bloody a foot deep.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you get the car repaired and back out there soon. Cheers, Wardy.
We hope so too.
He's a great character and a great supporter, and luck will turn for him. I mean, that you don't win Ute Championships in this country, by chance, by fluke. We're getting closer, we believe, to a sign-off. Some of the team you can see there from Motorsport New Zealand surveying it. We know that at the track here across the weekend, we've had the president from Motorsport New Zealand, Deb Day, here with us as well. So some very experienced minds, and that looks like a thumbs up. So next door to us, we believe it'll be a restart. You can hear the TA2 cars in the distance firing up. They might get Elmiger out here. We'll have, there you go, they're firing it up. So this stop at the red light, they're telling him at the exit of, at the end of pit lane here, 2 warm-up laps or sighting laps. The distance, the race distance reduced to 11 laps now for this. And already the team that did that great repair job are hurriedly starting to head back to the lane. So we're going to get some racing underway. Don't know yet if that's changed things as far as Summerset GT New Zealand or any of the other racing activity this afternoon is concerned. Obviously, you can appreciate that we lost a little bit of time in that process. Good job by the crew on that car of Elmiger's. That's nice work there, Ronan.
Yeah, the Action Motorsport team, they did a great job to get that car back out after the contact with Peter Ward. And yeah, unfortunately, the Ward demolition car got a bit demoed out there, and unfortunately for Wardy, he's not going to be able to get back out there. But great to see Toby managed to get their car repaired, and Toby Elmiger can make his way back out into the race. And good to see another car that will be able to take part. So we can see Toby, we see his team there, Taylor Bryanton, the team at Action Motorsport there, waiting to watching the car down the end of the lane, and hopefully once we clear the track, that light will go green and Toby will be able to rejoin the circuit and join up to the back of the queue.
Thanks to the fans for being so patient. For those of you watching on here on Sky in New Zealand, Fox and KO in Australia, and on YouTube right around the world, we're about to go green again, we believe, for 11 laps. And from a time certainty perspective, it will be at 23 minutes past the hour plus 1 lap, alternatively. So about to get underway. Super GR safety car is ready to lead the field. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything's okay with Toby Elmiger's car there at the end of pit lane as well. So Lance Gerlach will lead them. Elton Wichman, the next of the cars in the queue that you can see there, the 28, and there are some fast operators further back in the pack, including Paul Manuel, who we heard from there before, Caleb Byers, Dylan Grant as well in that Napa entry. You can just see at top right of your screen there. He has had 2 race wins so far this weekend and looking to try and make it 3 from 3. Had some conversations, we believe, with race teams in Australia, either about an appearance in TO2 or hopefully even Trans Am at some point this season. I think there's been a bit of dialogue with the category there, but they fundamentally then help Dylan, connect him with some people, and then it's a case of off you go. And if you can stitch your deal together, it'd be a good story if a Kiwi went over and did some racing on that side from this championship. So we've had quite a period where everything's been stationary and cold. We need to build everything up to temperature again here, Ronan, don't we, and get ready again.
Yeah, great to see the cars get back going again, though, and awesome that those track repairs were able to take place, and credit to the team here. They did a good job and managed to get it done pretty swiftly, and after the hit that we saw Peter Ward's car have into the wall, and we'll just wait now. The lights have actually gone green at the end of the pit lane, so Toby Almago should be able to rejoin the circuit and rejoin this race, so that's terrific news.
You'll note too that on the left of your screen our graphic has updated, and that is because the lap count restarts now. So we're under safety car restart scenarios, building everything up to hopefully release them for a full attack again, but the laps are counting here. So Elmiger's car, how is it? He's a little bit of weaving on the wheel there, sort of getting a feel for it.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on the right side there. The car's a little bit bruised, but just because it's battered and bruised doesn't mean it can't be fast. So we'll wait to see. We see Toby coming around the hairpin now as he makes his way back up, and look at the car's line astern as we wait to see, hopefully get a restart very shortly. And
how good did I sound? How good did I sound?
How good is it to hear V8, a touring car class here in New Zealand, or a Trans Am class as it's called. You know, obviously we've got the central muscle cars that sound absolutely sublime as well, but these TA2s, they really are a terrific, competitive, fast action class. So as we now see coming onto the front straight, the safety car's made its way in, so we should get a restart.
Lance Gerlach will control them. We thought it was going to be 2 laps there, but they've unleashed them, and we're underway and racing once again in the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. Elmiger, look at him. Jamie McDonald. So we don't want a repeat of what happened that brought out the red flag. He's kept the foot buried, the throttle buried, because he senses an opportunity here. Car's a little skatey on those cold tyres as they come back up to the perfect temperature. Grant's already making his way past Paul Manuel and on the back of Leo Bolt, so he's made some good ground.
And critically, Dylan Grant actually managed to clear Caleb Byers. So Caleb Byers started that race ahead of Dylan Grant, and now he's lost the spot. So if Dylan Grant keeps pushing on the way he is, and he can manage to tick off a car a lap, or, you know, just keep pushing forward, he could end up making this a clean sweep.
I reckon he's got Leo Bolt there. That's another one, Ronan. So he's picked up another spot there. You can see it.
We certainly can. Coming down the back straight now. So Jamie McDonald, he's leading the race. He's got Lance Gerlach in behind him, Elton Wichman, Carl Gaines, and then we've got Dylan Grant. So for Dylan Grant and Caleb Byers, Jamie McDonald is going to be a bit of a problem child, because we've seen how fast he's been all weekend. He's now got clear track ahead of him to try and drive away while these guys deal with the rest of the traffic.
The problem here too is exacerbated for both Byers and for Elmiger, because they're not clear of Paul Manuel yet. So meantime, Dylan Grant's reveling. He's going to pick up another one here on the outside at this point of the circuit on Carl Gaines, but he should be ideally placed through Splash. Here they go. Gerlach trying to hold off Elton Wichman, and this is all good for Jamie McDonald up in front. Grant's being cautious. And now he's going to get another one. Gets it done. Good job. Little dive under brakes. That'll set him up nicely for the run down this next chute down towards Higgins.
But he's actually going to go side to side with Wichman, so it depends how brave Wichman wants to be. No, he's going to let him have the spot. So that gap that and that buffer that Jamie McDonald had on that last lap has actually shrunk quite significantly, because Dylan Grant is doing such a great job at passing all these cars.
Getting in his gun sights now, that's Lance Gerlach. So here we go, that's for second place. Can he get it done? Now he does. Looks to the inside. And I have to say that it was an opportunity that presented it. You can't do that with Dylan Grant. He'll grab it.
Certainly right, and they now go down the front straight. Jamie McDonald's still leading the way, but Dylan Grant now, he's in second place, and Jamie McDonald's going to have to watch those mirrors, because that number 20 Napa car is all over the back of him.
What did Paul Manuel say to Andrew Waite on the grid about the old fellas and being fired up and still got the tenacity? We're showing it at the moment. Position 3 now. So a couple of interesting stories here. Grant trying to go for 3 from 3. McDonald, who's come from sprint car racing, looking to win in the 71. And the former Ute racer and an early convert to TA2 racing, Paul Manuel, is right on the hammer here, chasing them. Here we go. Oh, what's happened in the background? Paul's gone round, has he? He's lost all that ground. You can see some smoke in the background. Something's happened there.
We're going to have to wait for a replay. That's so disappointing, but it looks like Dylan Grant might have actually taken the race lead. So he's now going up the inside of Jamie McDonald. So McDonald might, after leading those last few laps, is going to now lose the lead of the race to Dylan Grant.
But if McDonald can just keep it tidy here, what are we? 5 of 11, the sprint car start. He might walk away with a top 3 result in this one. Byers has still not been able to get past Lance Gerlach, and I'm not sure if Elmiger's car is handling 100% because he can't clear Carl Gaines at the moment. I don't mean that to suggest that Carl would make it easy for him, but we would have perhaps expected Elmiger to go with the likes of Byers and even try and stay in touch with Dylan Grant.
Yeah, the car's probably, as we said, a little bit battered and bruised, but Toby's trucking on okay there. Was you see actually Lance Gerlach went wide and Caleb Byers has cleared him, so Byers has now moved up into the podium position, but is he going to be able to chase down his championship nemesis Dylan Grant?
And it's Byers who came into Sunday on top of the championship standings, 949 versus Dylan Grant on 911. It's been a cracking weekend. It's not done yet, but it's been a ripper weekend for Dylan Grant. Look at the damage to Paul's car, the 15. The rear there. Now Gaines having a little look at Elmiger. Fastest lap of the race so far, 1:11.370 to Dylan Grant, who's out as he crosses the line just beneath our commentary box. What is it now? It's 2.5 seconds, but we're eyes transfixed on this battle. And Elmiger can't easily get by Lance Gerlach here in 4th.
Yeah, certainly right. And we see Elmiger coming out of turn 1. He's now cleared Carl Gaines. He just needs to try and clear Lance Gerlach if he can to try and set off after Jamie McDonald. As we see now, here's the replay. So, yeah, so we can see in the back of the shot there, Paul Manuel got turned around. It may have been by Lance Gerlach. He is that car in 3rd place. So can't really see if there's any damage on the front of the 38 car or not, but it looked like it was a concertina effect. Someone's gotten into the back of Paul Manuel, possibly Lance Gerlach, and then it's unfortunately led to Manuel getting turned around. But obviously that shot was quite hard to see in the distance. I'm sure race control will take a look at it later on, but yeah, disappointing for Paul Manuel. He was having such a great race. He actually had the fastest lap of the race at that point as well, Rusty.
Shane's dad, we talked about SVG before. His dad, Robert, is the driving standards observer for this cheese. He was hoping for an early release this afternoon from Manfeild. He might be busy for a little bit, just debriefing some stuff. He's very good with the drivers around, you know, an almost coaching approach where possible, I think, too. So the lead is now 3.3 seconds. Dylan Grant to Jamie McDonald. Look at the bodywork damage to Leo Bolt's car in the background too.
Look at the damage to Paul Manuel's car. He was definitely rotated by someone. That's how that damage has occurred. Leo Bolt also got some damage on that car.
That's from earlier, I reckon. And
yeah,
it's perhaps gotten a fraction worse as it catches the breeze.
Oh, Byers! Big moment of the race. So he's tried to go down the inside of Jamie McDonald, overcooked it, locked the brake, and unfortunately lost that spot. Now he's lost a lot of time to McDonald, so he's going to have his work cut out for him to try and recover that one, Caleb Byers.
Elmiger on the outside in the meantime of Lance Gerlach, but he's not right. He's trying to square the corner off differently, get that drive off nice. Just keep an eye on that 74. Good drive out of that corner. Will he be able to sneak down the inside of the pack and save car? Can't quite. Lance parks it mid-track, and he's got to go round the outside. Elmiger might get it done. This will be a nice drag race between these two. Mustang v Camaro. Down the straight they come here at Manfeild, and Toby eventually does get it done.
Good pass there from Elmiger, so he's now moved up into that 4th place position. The next spot he's going to take would be on for a podium position. So Caleb Byers, after that mistake he made, he's managed to get back to the back of Jamie McDonald, but he keeps making mistakes like that. He might end up losing the spot on the podium to Toby Elmiger.
This is good for Jamie McDonald, isn't it? How encouraging for the former sprint car star. Here comes Byers.
Now that move again, that was a lot smarter than it was the last lap. Good pass.
Equally smart, you'd have to say, from McDonald, wasn't it? He's gone with a different approach out of that corner, but Byers should have it comfortably sorted this time. Now, can Jamie just hold on to that 3rd with Toby Elmiger right on that rear bumper almost now?
Yeah, he just needs to get his elbows out a little bit, but as I say that, Toby Elmiger's actually got a run on him, so this may relegate Jamie McDonald off the podium. If Elmiger can get up the inside, they're going to go deep under brakes through the last corner. Caleb Byers, he's now solidified that second place. Elmiger has taken the third place spot off Jamie McDonald. So McDonald's now off the podium. So come down the front straight. Lance Gerlach also wants a piece of McDonald. He's there in fifth.
Should go full race distance here. We're worried about whether it might be time certain, but based on the lap counter left of your screen, we should get it done. So Lance Gerlach having a great run here. Does he have the wherewithal to maybe get by Jamie McDonald? So we need to give a little watch on that. His Camaro's performing well. How big's the advantage for Dylan Grant? He has had here at Manfeild, it's clearly taken a step, I reckon, this weekend. We know he's got some talent, but boy, he's at one with that Dodge Challenger here. Very good job for Napa Auto Parts. His lead, Ronan, 5.3 seconds.
Yeah, that's seriously impressive. And Dylan Grant, he's driving that car beautifully at the moment, and he's managed to displace the rest of the field pretty significantly out there alone. And I wonder what he's thinking about when he's driving the car out alone by himself, 5 seconds in the lead. It's not a bad...
What do you think about in those moments?
Well, I think you're under more pressure, to be honest, because you just don't want, you start worrying about maybe a noise the gearbox might be making, or, the tyre, all these little things. So he's doing a great job managing it, and obviously nothing's phasing him out front there. He's got Caleb Byers, his main championship rival, to the tune of 5 seconds. So not a bad day at the office, and has not been a bad weekend at all for Dylan Grant.
That's actually an interview when things settled for AJ Giddy. We felt for him today. He nearly joined the winners list in Bridgestone GR86. Had a drama on that back straight on the final lap. Dylan Grant, is he listening to things? Has it been nigh on perfect by that crew? Very family-orientated operation. Final lap, only a handful to go for Dylan Grant, and he's going to make it 3 from 3 at the moment. Caleb Byers, that's good for the championship. Grant's made some ground this weekend. They'll go to the next event in Topol, the pair of them, the youngsters. That'll be quite a story in this championship, a relatively new class to New Zealand, and that's a great addition to the Supercars weekend at Topol. Up the road, here he comes. Grant, final corner. Precise, nice and neat, can afford to light it up a little bit out of that corner, and he'll greet the checkered flag. It's been a common sight for him this weekend. He does it again. Clean sweep of the weekend for Dylan Grant. Congrats to Caleb Byers, the series leader. The advantage might be trimmed a little bit here at this round, but he's tried to minimise the damage. And Toby Elmiger, that crew, the Action Motorsport crew, the work they did during that red flag period to get him in contention for that top 3, well done.
Yeah, very well deserved for that team, and get that car back on the road after what had happened at the start and bring home a podium. That's not a bad day at the office, but no one was stopping or touching Dylan Grant. The number 20, the Napa Dodge Challenger, pretty fitting as well. We've got the Napa corporate up on the stands there to see their car and their driver, Dylan Grant, who's also an employee of Napa, I learnt on the weekend. So great to see they're supporting their own, and Dylan Grant obviously taking the spoils, taking all 3 race wins this weekend in the SP Tools TA2 class.
Along with Repco, they've been great partners with us over the summer journey. Dylan Grant does it here at Manfeild. A common sight this weekend. He'll be thrilled with that. Caleb Byers, the series leader, home in second. Toby Elmiger, what a recovery after seemingly being out of action. Red flag, and he comes back to finish third. Jamie McDonald, what could have been? We've seen glimpses of the step forward in his talent this weekend. A recap for you, some highlights for you of what was a drama-filled final race of the SP Tools TA2 Championship. This happened on our first attempt at a start. Leo Bolt gets a little bit sideways, and as everyone tries to decide the best course of action, unfortunately, Peter Ward, for the 3rd straight race meeting, ends up with a bent car. He tried to put on a smile. They'll rebuild that machine. He'll come back strong. We had a decent period while they rebuilt the tyre bundles, the safety walls here. Good job by the officials. We went racing once again. Lance Gerlach led them away for 11 laps of action, but it was the fast competitors that were coming through the field, because that's what we do with the grid. They are inverted for the final one, and Dylan Grant, who'd won the opening 2, basically clawed his way through the field and ultimately amassed a 5.2 second lead, getting by Jamie McDonald. Nervous moments for the family, for the crew. Caleb Byers, he was tested as well. That little moment meant that he had to have another go at Jamie McDonald.
But he got it right the second time around. Crucially, Rusty got that second spot back. We saw the bodywork on Leo Bult's car coming up, but as we see there, Noel was stopping the number 20 Napa car of Dylan Grant. Let's head down to the Allied Petroleum victory lane with Andrew Waite.
The all too familiar sight this weekend, Dylan Grant, the clean sweep. Doesn't get any better than that. Talk us through, how does it feel?
It's awesome. After the weekend we had at Highlands, it's so awesome to be able to come with a clean sweep like that. But nah, super happy with how the car was the whole weekend. I mean, it couldn't really get much better, but honestly, big thanks to all the NAPA crew coming out. It was awesome to see all you guys coming out and support me. Being dad for working on the car and getting it as the rocket ship as it is. But yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with how the weekend went.
Talk us through how important that is for your championship heading into the big finale of the Supercars, the last round.
Well, yeah, I'm trying my hardest to get as many points back as I can, but yeah, we'll just look forward and obviously look forward towards Supercars and see what we can improve on and how we can get back into the lead. So, yeah, thanks.
Great job. Congratulations on a stellar weekend. Second place, Caleb Byers. Another little bit of an up and down one. Bit of a moment there up the inside at turn 5. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a mega race. I just want to congratulate Dylan. That was an awesome weekend by him, mate. 3 in a row is a big go, so you heated awesome. But yeah, I mean, we had a good race. We recovered back to second. The start was a bit hairy, so we had to carry that damage towards the end. But looking forward to Taupo, and yeah, we'll see where we end up.
And just talk us through Taupo as well. Obviously, it's the big stage. The supercars are there. You're in the championship lead. How much is it going to mean to you to take that in, and obviously the nerves and the pressure that comes with it?
Yeah, it means a lot, mate. Yeah, there'll be a lot of pressure going into it. Obviously, not a home round for me again, so I'm going to try and maximise Friday, and we're going to have to win some races. So yeah, I'm looking forward to prepping for it, and I'm sure we're getting after it.
Great job. Well done. And in third place, we didn't think this was going to be possible after we chatted to Toby in pit lane with damage to the car. What a comeback.
Yeah, I'm not expecting this at all, to be honest. Like, after that first lap incident, I was like, thought my race was over, but full credit to the team. Like, they did an amazing job to get me back out there, and to get on the podium is just amazing.
And how did the car feel once they made the changes and fixed it up for you? How did the car actually feel for you out there?
It wasn't too bad. The front brakes overheated. We didn't have any air ducts there, so obviously managing that a little bit, but apart from that, it was pretty good.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yes. It's time to celebrate the overall podium for the round of the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. Presenting the trophies, Championship Coordinator, Rachel Murray, and she'll present the Next Gen wreath as well. We thank SP Tools, Tempotherm and Insulator Insulation for their support of the category. And we celebrate in third place, Toby Elminger. In second place, it's Caleb Byers. And your round winner here at Manfeild, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dylan Grant. What a weekend of racing and an outstanding recovery in the final race there to charge through to the race win. $500 going the way of the winner too. There's your round podium. Drivers, champagne is all yours. And we're going to reset for the Masters presentation in just a sec. What a weekend it's been for SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. Thanks to all of the category supporters for getting on board. It's got a very bright, very big future. There's our top 3 drivers. We're going to move on to the Masters winners. Rachel's going to present the trophies for that one as well. Thanks, Rachel. And once again, we thank SP Tools, Tempotherm and Insulator Insulation. And in third place in the Masters, Leo Bolt. In second place, please congratulate Lance Gerlach. And your winner here at Manfeild, ladies and gentlemen, Carl Gaines.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's your SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship Masters podium.
Carl Gaines spraying the champagne one-handed. I think he's well versed in doing that. Awesome stuff there. We're going to grab a commercial break. When we come back, Summerset GT New Zealand live here at Manfeild. Stick around. They've become destinations in their own right and jewels of the Kiwi motor racing landscape. On the South Island, nestled in beautiful Cromwell and everything that Central Otago has to offer is Highlands Motorsport Park, home in recent years to the New Zealand Grand Prix. From mini golf to karts, one of the best museums in the Tasman region, and the award-winning Blue with a View. With its thriving membership and a commitment to experiences that are exceptional, there's cool cars in action here almost every day of the year. In the centre of the North Island, fittingly in an adventure playground, is Taupō International Motorsport Park. Extensive upgrades that complement the venue's history has seen it attract major sports like supercars, helping to bolster tourism in the region. Friendly staff, activities for aspiring racers, as well as road safety initiatives, make it a standout in the range of Taupō attractions. The third of the parks in this impressive group in some ways brings the best of both its siblings together. Hampton Downs will catch your eye as you travel along the freeway through the Waikato. A strong membership and quality on-site living for those who love racing and dream machines. Hampton has made itself a car culture capital, with regular events for those who just want to admire, to world-renowned gatherings like Mad Mike's Summer Bash. There's a busy industry precinct, karts, a variety of layouts for track activity and more, all overseen by a team committed to making your visit one to remember. The grounds of Hampton Downs, Taupō and Highlands are something to behold, but it's the memories made here that will live with you forever.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this a NAPA Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying her kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
Welcome back to Manfeild Circuit. Chris Amon and the grand finale of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. What a summer it has been. And we're going to start wrapping things up on Super Sunday here with the Summerset GT New Zealand Championship with their final race. It'll be 40 minutes. There will be a mandatory pit stop in the middle of this, with the pit stop window opening 15 minutes into the race and closing 25 minutes in. And as a result of that, there's going to be some driver changes as well. Glenn Chappell, Alan Sargent and Grant Aitken will share their cars respectively with Tom Bewley, Willie Exton and Greg Murphy. So they're away from the 6th drone cam on their formation lap to get things going, and then we'll get into a rolling start for Somerset GT New Zealand. Richard Craill, Andrew Waite with you upstairs here at Manfeild Circuit. Chris Amon, beautiful day here in the Manawatu. It's just on 20 degrees C. Track temperature a little bit warmer than that, but some patchy cloud today, so it won't be too hot, which means these teams and drivers will be able to manage the Michelin tyres well over the duration. And there's two young chargers, my friend, that are going to put on a bit of a show, I think, in the second half of this race.
Yes, they certainly will. Two very young, talented drivers, and great guys to go with that as well. So it's fantastic to see them here this weekend. Being part of the championship, obviously, they want to beat each other, but great mates as well. And I think it's an important part of their development as a driver to be here, doing the laps, doing as many laps as you possibly can. It's all about miles as they go on to the rest of the year.
Thanks to Cream Insurance. Here's the starting grid. So Regan Scholar will start this one from pole position. There's massive opportunity here. We do have a little bit of news to bring you up to speed with following the last race as well. You might be thinking, why is Nigel Cromie not on pole position? Well, after every race, the cars are weighed as part of the post-race scrutineering process, and he was found to be 2.5 kilos under the minimum mandated weight. Now, two things. One, Ronan Murphy has been... He's telling Dad, number one, Ronan Murphy's been dobbed in to be car controller for Greg Murphy and Grant Aitken in this race, and they are some pretty serious wheels from G. Murphy.
Yes, they are. Oh, yeah, look at Ronan dirtying those boots. They must be the Go Fast boots, those ones. It's great to see that family atmosphere, those two down there, and we'll be busting to get behind the wheel as we get ready for a race start.
So here we go, the finale for what is the penultimate round of Somerset GT New Zealand. Away we go, Scholar with a good start. Armstrong, who was promoted to the win in race 2, has an opportunity here to extend his championship lead. And we need to keep an eye on Cromie, who's going to charge his way through from the back of the field in his GT3 Cup car. So away we go. And already clear of the GT4 machines. Oh, James Sachs very close to the back of Grant Aitken in the Audi R8 as they went into splash. The 6th drone cam showed it.
Just finishing the car, pulled up in time on the back of Grant Aitken. We've seen how happy he's been with the racing this weekend, been having an absolute ball. You know, he's behind the wheel of that car.
Just because this isn't the biggest grid you've ever seen, don't think that it's not exciting what's going on, because there is a lot of storylines and plots unfolding around this. School has been so close to a race victory. He's been in contention for the 2 races so far, but it's just slipped through his young fingers. So is this an opportunity for him to be able to grab a maiden race win in his Somerset GT New Zealand campaign? Rick Armstrong, what a comeback it's been after a big crash early in the weekend. Sam Fillmore hasn't won a race yet this season, and it's been a while since we've said that about Sam, this deep into a GT NZ Championship. So he's got a job to do, and Nigel Cromie will be out for revenge, because he was awesome in race 2 today and ultimately got pinned. GT4 still closely bunched. Chappell, Sargent, Aitken and Sachs in the Mercedes AMG. They've got the driver changes, but everyone has a mandatory pit stop to make in this one. And it's a minimum pit stop time. So the compulsory pit stop time, for example, for Nigel Cromie is 20 seconds. Regan Scholar 17, Rick Armstrong 16 and 15 for Sam Fillmore. So if Sam can stay within a couple of seconds of the race lead in these early stages, when the pit stop window opens, he could be in a box seat to get a couple of free seconds during the pit stop shuffle.
This longer race is the longest the cars have gone all weekend long, 40 minutes for this race. So they're just finding their feet, not pushing the cars on too hard to get going. They just let those tyres and Michelin's come up to temperature, up to pressure. You don't want to stress them too early in the race. You just want to build them up. And what that does is over the distance, if you look after the tyre early and build it up nice and slowly, it pays dividends in the long run, the other side of the race. So that's why just at the moment, we'll let them find their feet and just look at these CPS times as well. So even though Nigel Cromie got that penalty in the last race, he still has the biggest CPS stop.
So School up. Quickest lap last time round in clean air, out in front. Young man from Wellington is pushing on, 0.4 of a second. And then we find the battle behind. Let's go back and have a look at this down at turn 1, side by side. Supra versus Audi R8. The old over-under. Alan Sargent and Grant Aitken putting on a show. Nigel Cromie now, 4th place car, setting the quickest lap of the race last time by. So as the Cup cars get up to speed, they continue to push on, and Cromie's all over the back of Sam Fillmore. The GT4 cars still all lockstep. We saw this from James Sachs as well in the early stages of the race early, didn't we? Wow, as
Alan Sargent there,
very wide.
Super lucky to keep it on the road there. Just got to stop in time, and now he's under pressure by James Sachs in behind him.
I was just about to say, we saw the Kinloch Estate car early in both races really so far have had some dramas. He's been very strong early on, and Rick Armstrong has just had a spin. Caught my attention. Coming out of the hairpin, Rick Armstrong has spun the number 2 car.
It is all go. We are only 4.5 minutes into this race, and it is all unfolding. We've got spins going on. We've got cars running wide in all sorts of different spots. It's very uncharacteristic of Rick Armstrong to have a moment like that. So he drops out of 2nd place down into 4th. So he'll be frustrated with that one. He'll be head down, pushing on to get back through.
And this just opens the door even further for Regan Scholar. Opportunity knocks. Could he be a winner in Somerset GT New Zealand in 35 minutes? Well, perhaps these two might have something to say about it, because Nigel Cromie is now hassling Sam Fillmore in what is a battle now for 2nd and 3rd place.
So just to go back to that CPS time as well, so the longest anyone has to stop is Nigel Cromie in the Open Championship. So he's got to stop for a full 20 seconds. So the rule states that you can't be advantaged with a penalty when it comes to CPS. So that's why they have still given him that full whack of 20 seconds on that. And then the next longest pit stop is Regan Scholar. He's on 17 seconds. Rick Armstrong is 16. Sam Fillmore is 15 seconds. It's, Cromie, what a move! Up the inside, that was full commitment.
It didn't quite work in the end. Fillmore got the run and ultimately just edged him out as they went into splash, but what a pass. And it's on again. Cromie had a very good run at turn 1 that time by, but Fillmore with the better line coming out of the corner, but this is on. So to your point, Nigel needs to get past Sam Fillmore. He needs to get into clean air, and he needs to get to the back of Regan Scholar before the pit stops, because he is going to be the most disadvantaged. And further to your point, the CPS time is assessed on the race result. The fact he was excluded happens after. That's a post-race penalty. So you can't just get excluded and then all of a sudden get a really cheap pit stop. That's not how the rules work, which is fair.
Yeah, that gets pulled back. As you see Aaron Harris here with his daughter, she's getting right amongst it as well. Got the headset on, learning from one of the best from Aaron Harris. He's a very, very clever engineer, doing what he does best on the radio too. Sam Fillmore at the moment. Oh, Sam just outside the track limits there, hustling that car. He'll be wary of the move that Nigel Cromie threw on him last time. This time Nigel thinks a little bit better of it, forces Sam to go that little bit narrower. So when you do that, when you force a car to go a little bit narrower like that, it forces you to have to turn the wheel harder, to rotate the car harder, and then you've still got lock on while you're getting on the throttle, so you end up burning up more rear tyre. So covering your line everywhere like that, it just burns the car up a lot harder. So it's exactly what Nigel's doing in behind, forcing Sam narrow in different places, so he can get the advantage to get on by. But Sam will certainly be wary after that big dive bomb from Nigel Cromie a few laps ago.
Well, and Rick Armstrong, after that spin, has gone very fast. 106.6 last time round. Quickest lap of the race by an enormous margin, to the tune of about 0.6 of a second quicker than anybody else on the racetrack so far. So that is a huge lap from Rick.
And that's actually one of the cool things about this racetrack as well, is where you are on the circuit, you can always nearly see where your competition as well is. Like at the moment, it's 10 seconds is Rick Armstrong behind the leaders. So when you're that far behind, normally you can't see where the car is. It's way off in the distance somewhere, but with the way the track crisscrosses over itself, you can always see where your competition is. So that's what makes it a little bit easier for Rick to knuckle down and try and catch his guys out front. But it's going to be a very, very hard task to do so.
So Cromie continues to attack Fillmore, who's been in these cars for a long time now. Very experienced guy, a lot of experience in top-level GT racing and endurance stuff around the world. Alan Sargent under pressure from James Sachs, 7th and 8th position, 3rd and 4th in GT4. Oh, and wheel to wheel now. Sachs is going to get the spot. Side by side. This is going to put Sargent on the right side for Splash, for the left-hander. So named, I'm told, because there was once a jet sprinting track in the middle here at Manfeild as they go side by side. And Sargent holds on in the Supra, but he is under some pressure. And James Sachs is driving his heart out in the Kinloch Estate AMG.
Yeah, I feel like the way he's driving the car at the moment, he is looking super fast. We saw in that race earlier, he was racing these cars again, but last time he was racing them, and the pros were in the cars, the faster the drivers that have, you know, been there and done that, and you've got the young talented guys. He was as quick as them, so he's doing a really, really good job in that AMG. So just looking through as well when we start unfolding the GT4 CPS situation. So at the moment, it's Glen Chapel out front. So they have the longest CPS stop for GT4. So that's 45 seconds. The next is Sargent and Exon, that's 44. And then down to Aiken and Murphy, that's 43. So there's only a second between each one. So if it stays like this between second and third, that will be a switch in position. But what Glen Chapel is doing out front at the moment, that's going to be enough to be able to allow them to get Tom in the car and get straight back into it, and they'll be able to hold the lead.
So yeah, Tom Bewley to jump behind the wheel of car 635. Greg Murphy behind the wheel of that there Audi, and then William Exton next. There is Tom getting ready. He'll jet off to Australia this week to tackle Porsche Equity One Carrera Cup Australia. Team Porsche New Zealand, so flying the flag for the nation. The car run by Earl Bamber Motorsport, stepping up after a really good season in Michelin Sprint Challenge last year, where he was on the podium, a couple of race wins and a round win. Strong performance, fast driver, and top 3 from Sprint Challenge, all going to step up to Carrera Cup in the main game this year, including the champion. So it's going to be a very competitive season for Tom to strut his stuff and show what he's capable of. But we've seen that Kiwi drivers that go and make their mark in Carrera Cup Oz often have a go. Matt Payne raced in Carrera Cup Australia. So too did Callum Hedge, who was champion for Team Porsche New Zealand. Marco Giltrap more recently. He's been up in Asia testing the brand new GT3 Cup car in Carrera Cup Asia of late as well. So Marco is going to have a little split campaign between Carrera Cup Asia and Australia. So people from this part of the world doing great things in Porsche Motorsport globally, which is exciting to see. Cromie and Fillmore continue their fight. This is turn 1. Canberra runs out on the exit, and then into turn 2. Quick change of direction. It's awesome to watch from pit wall here. It's a privileged position to go and watch, and you can't often get that opportunity, Wadey, but very cool to go and watch the cars fire down, and it is almost downhill into Splash, into that left-hander at turn 3.
Yeah, it is. It's a fantastic part of the track. There's so much load going through the cars as you're turning through the right-hander, trying to switch back the other direction, transfer that load to the other side of the car. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. And while you're doing that, you're also trying to obviously apply the brake pedal, get through turn 3. So it's a tough thing to get right, and it's so easy to lose your line as you're making your way through turn 2 and 3. So for Mike his way onto the front straight. Once again, still got that pressure on behind from Nigel Cromie, but not quite like we're seeing as the battle heats up. And GT4.
And James Sachs just got past Alan Sargent, so that was a move. Lined him up out of turn 1, and then got it done on the exit of 3. So a good bit of racing. Check this out. So a little brake lock up on the right front from Sargent, who's got Grant Aiken in front. So very slow on the exit. And that was the opportunity for the Merc to get side by side. And that was where the pass was set up. So a good bit of racing between those two. And James Sachs is having an awesome race, and he's going out after Grant Aiken now.
Yeah, brilliant racing between these guys. You can see James Sachs, the way he got on the throttle on the exit of the corner. You know, he sensed that that was his opportunity to make the move and get through. And Alan Sargent will be frustrated with that one. I mentioned yesterday, had a few braking dramas, just trying to get comfortable in the car with the way the brake balance was. So he's a little bit of a lock-up, very, very rare thing you see in a GT car. Again, just that line there just ran very, very fast through the middle part of the corner, as that's usually where you're slowest, because that's where you want the most rotation to get the car turned to fire back out the other side. But I still feel like this battle's heating up here, Richard. Look at these 3 GT4 cars up battling away, but Glenn Chappell out in front, he's doing it pretty easy at the moment.
Yeah, 6.6 seconds to the good now of Grant Aiken. So that's a pretty handy margin for when Tom Bewley jumps behind the wheel. The pit stop window is a minute away from opening. So it opens at 15 minutes, and then they've got 10 minutes to serve their pit stop. The question for mine is, do you stop early or do you wait? Do you sit it out? And it's not so much an undercut, overcut thing like we've been talking about if we're talking about supercars or Formula One, but often if you're caught up behind someone, you can get an advantage. So if you're Nigel Cromie, I wonder if you just stay out a lap longer than Sam Fillmore, if you can, to try and get that clean air and actually get the undercut. So it kind of is an overcut-undercut scenario.
Yeah, it is. It's you just about got to do the opposite of whatever Sam does. So they'll just about let Nigel know what is going on. They'll say to him, whatever's happening into turn 1, they'll mention the fact that, do you pit this lap? If you do, come in. If Sam stays out, come in. Other way around, if Sam goes in, you stay out. But at the same time, there's that CPS different as well, so it doesn't matter too much. So I think best of all, they're better to just get the stop done early.
The leaders have caught Regan Scholar too. We'll come back to that because it's still on in GT4, and this is a great battle. James Sachs has got to Grant Aiken now. He's 7.4 seconds behind the race leader in the GT4 class, and these 3 absolutely locked together. So the gloves are well and truly off. Sachs looking properly racy in this one. It's been quite strong on that exit of turn 1 in this race. Sargent with a good run through that final corner. Oh, and they're both coming in straight into pit lane. The window just opened. So James Sachs and Alan Sargent into pit lane. Grant Aiken has stayed out, and so too has Chappell. So Sachs will just sit in pit lane and do his own thing. Alan Sargent will jump out of his car, and Willie Exton will get in.
Yeah, it was a smart call by the team there with Sargent to get him in as fast as they can, because they know Willie Exton's going to get behind the wheel of that car. So that's 1 extra lap that Willie will do over Tom Bewley. And obviously the faster drive, you want them in the car as long as possible. But I'm very, very confident we'll see both Grant Aiken and also we will see Glenn Chappell in this lap as well. But at the same time, it's all about having a bit of fun, sharing the car as much as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if Murph would just say, yeah, stay out there, do half the race each. Let's just have some fun with it.
Sam Fillmore and Nigel Cromie both stopped on the same lap. So the argument I had with myself about the whole overcut-undercut thing is completely redundant because they stopped at exactly the same time. The 2 that did stay out were Regan Scholar and Rick Armstrong.
Just comes back to that CPS time, the fact that, you know, they got different CPS times. It'd be very, very rare to see if they had the same amount of stop time to do that. As we see, Grant Aiken, he is in the lane. Greg Murphy waiting to get in that car. Oh, this is awkward for Willie Exton, having a car that he's had to let pass at the same time, as we know he would have just wanted to get the best possible lap on this out lap. So important. We talk about race laps and race speed, being as fast as you can around the track, but what is even more key at the best of times and where races are won and lost are actually in the pit lane, and your out lap, your in lap, making sure they are as sharp as they possibly can be.
Armstrong has just edged himself into the lane as well. A little bit further forward down there. The team will check the tyre pressures.
So this is awkward. This is going to stop.
Murphy, yeah.
But at the same time, though, Rick Armstrong's stop is a lot less time.
Yeah, the GT4 cars are stopping for about 40 seconds. The Cup cars for less than 20. So he's good to go. And IMS would have been aware of that as well. So Greg Murphy jumps behind the wheel. So Armstrong out. Schooler still yet to stop. And here he is. So the race leader is now in. So this is the car race when the rejoin for Schooler versus Fillmore and Cromie, who have now had 2 laps to get themselves back up to speed. And Fillmore's pulled a decent margin over Nigel Cromie for what should be a net second and third. Armstrong's back out already. And he's still chasing down Nigel Cromie. So we need to watch that rejoin of when the 999 gets back on the racetrack.
James Sachs makes his way down, and Schooler, he's heading back out on track now.
Oh, this is going to be really close. Fillmore rushing down the inside for what should be the race lead is going to get there. Side by side with Schooler. This is for the net race lead, and Sam Fillmore finds himself in front. Stopped early, it paid off. Shorter pit stop time as well. And the number 27 Alliance Services car now leads the race.
That is classic IMS, getting the move done in the lane. Super sharp when it comes to that side of their racing, and it's paid dividends here for Sam Fillmore, who now leads this race with 20 minutes to go.
Oh, and he will make this hard yet to win this season. The immensely likeable Aucklander who drives with passion and with his heart at every possible moment. And he already starts defending his line on the run down into the final corner. So this is how it played out. Fillmore on a warmer Michelin tyre, better up to pressure and temperature. Beautiful rejoin. Just took the race lead. Beautiful stuff. Lead change after the pit stop. And Fillmore in front of Schooler. Cromie third, and Rick Armstrong will be fourth. And now the battle is renewed out in front from the 6 drone cam.
There is one guarantee I can give everyone in this race. Sam Fillmore will not go down without a fight. He is a true fighter with his racing. He absolutely loves his racing, but he is a hard racer. Super fair, but super hard. So he will do everything he can. I know he'll be the first to say his pace isn't quite where he would like it at the moment, but he'll do everything he can to try and hold on to this race lead as he covers his line down into turn 6.
He's always one of the best blokes to go and have a chat to in the paddock as well. And if you're looking for a quote, he'll give you one. But yeah, passionate about his driving and always improving. He said before, a lot of endurance racing. A couple of starts at the 12-hour at Mount Panorama. Nidok and Cedok endurance stuff here in New Zealand in an Audi R8. Loves the Cup car, loves the Porsches. Rocked up and raced the Carrera Cup field when they raced at Topor 2 years ago and was very competitive in the Pro-Am category. He and Rick Armstrong had a ripper battle that weekend.
One of my favourite things about Sam, we're lucky enough to do a bit of racing with him in the past, and doesn't matter what goes on the track, whether it's a good result, bad result, just the smile at the end. You can tell he just absolutely loves his racing, and it's very cool to see him in the lead of this one, but it's still a long way to go. I tell you what, when you're in the lead of a race like this, when you've got someone breathing down your neck, it just feels like an eternity. While it's only 18 minutes, every time you ask on the radio how long to go, you expect that to be another 10 minutes later. They come back, they've said 2 minutes since you last asked on the radio, so it's the worst feeling as a driver. But Sam's been around long enough, he'll know that feeling, he'll know how hard it is when these races tick down. And then it's opposite for someone like Schooler, who's got the pace, who's trying so hard to get the move done. He'll be on the radio asking how long to go. wanting the race to go as long as possible.
Well, there'll be some tension down there at IMS Racing for the remaining 17 and a half odd minutes of this one. Cheering their man on. So it's officially half a second, but visual gap between them, you can see that. It's now less than 5 seconds back to Nigel Cromie, who last time by was half a second quicker than Regan Scholar in second place. So Cromie is catching these two, and if they properly get batting, he'll catch them even quicker. Rick Armstrong is in 4th place and still 10 seconds off the race lead, 6 behind Cromie in 4th place. And the GT4 lead, it's 3.6 seconds. Tom Hewley to James Sachs, who's still second. He's being caught, though, by Willie Exton and Greg Murphy behind him, but it's pretty lockstep at the moment in GT4. And this is where the interest is right now.
Just keeping on those times as well in GT4. So the last lap, William Exton was 7 tenths quicker than Tom Bewley, and the last lap was another 5 tenths quicker. So he is pulling a lot of time out of Tom Bewley, and there's still enough time in this race, so it'll be a very, very interesting battle to watch unfold. But the one that's in the middle of it at the moment is still James Sachs, who's doing a fantastic job sitting in second place.
Yeah, Exton catching him about 1.1 seconds a lap at the moment, so he'll get to him within the next lap or two. Oh, Scholar, I thought he was going to have half a look there, but he was a long way back going into the hairpin. There's a lot of camber on the entry to that corner, so it's often quite deceptive when you bomb down the inside there. It's a circuit with so much character, and you can get away too, Andrew, with a couple of different racing lines at this place too.
Yeah, you can, especially down into this last corner here. So they fire down the back straight, and then towards the last corner is two very happy drivers, Glenn Chappell and Alan Sargent. They're out of the car, they're smiling. They know it's up to the boys that they've put in behind the wheel now. They'll be nervously watching the lap times, working out their own race from there as Sam Fillmore again crosses the start-finish line. And Regan Scholar there, he looks left, looks right. He's sort of not close enough to be showing the nose here and there. He's just about better to just stick to his own lines, focus on his own race to get right up and behind Sam Fillmore there to put as much pressure on him as he can.
So this is Willie Exton, a young man from the north of the south, from the Marlborough region of the South Island. A rippy young driver who's had some success in one-make Porsche racing, as well as in Summerset GT New Zealand, and the pressure on here. Good drive out the final corner. The Supra is going to get the nose up the inside here of James Sachs, and it becomes a braking duel on the run down into turn one. He switches one way to another. Sachs covered his line very early, and Exton's going to get a great run out of one.
Exton there purposely ran a bit of a wider entry into there to get the car rotated earlier, which then allows him to get on the throttle earlier than what James does. So that's, again, those years of racing, starting and karting, knowing what to do, where to place the car. But James Sachs, he's making this super difficult for William Exton. This is good news for Tom Bewley. This allows him to just control the race, look after his tyres just that little bit more out in front.
Good news for Greg Murphy too, who's about 9 seconds behind this battle, but catching them. I'd very much love to get involved in this, should it go on for a little while. Nothing's changed out in front. We'll keep you apprised with that. Fillmore just managing that lead. This is the battle on the racetrack. So the Mercedes AMG, which runs turbocharged V8 power. The GT3 car still runs the normally aspirated 6.3 litre V8. Smaller capacity car, more entry-level GT racing, but built by the same people that build their GT3 machines that recently won the Bathurst 12-hour so successfully. Record 5th win for Mercedes AMG in that event, by the way. Huge result for that brand, but their GT4 product has been very successful. 888 Race Engineering ran a car last year in monochrome GT4 Australia. Young Jared Hughes and Summer Rintoul put on a really good show. They're changing brands this year, but it proved that the Merc is a really solid product at the pointy end of highly competitive GT4 racing. Exton again with that wide entry, tight exit into the hairpin.
This will be so frustrating for William Exton. He knows he's got the pace, but he just can't get the move done. But it's same time, James Sachs is in every right to do exactly what he's doing, defending his line. It's all part of racing. He's defending his position. The team will be on the radio telling him there's only 12 minutes remaining in this one. As again, James Sachs covers his line down towards the last corner. William Exton trying all he can, looking left, looking right. The best thing he can do here is it looks like the AMG's just got a little bit more straight line punch, so it's about maximising the car through the corners.
How good is James Sachs driving though? Like,
so good.
The racecraft is excellent.
It's getting me excited because it's so cool to see James. He's a fantastic guy to have around the paddock, and for him to be driving this well. It's like that little break that he's had away has had him reinvigorated. He's faster, and he's just doing such a good job out there. So fantastic to see.
Talking earlier today about all 4 of his kids in surf life-saving, and he's been busy with some family commitments which have kept him away from the race car. But it's great to see him performing as he is. The battle for the leaders close up. Regan Scholar back on the tail of the Alliance car of Sam Fillmore. And Cromie looming ever larger in this. That gap down to 3 seconds now from the 999 back to the 33. So he's going to buy himself into this battle for the lead soon. Still 11.5 minutes to go in this race. I don't think we've seen the last of Nigel Cromie.
Oh, I don't think so. You look at his lap times as well. So on the last lap, he was only a 10th of a second quicker than Scholar out front. So yes, he is closing the gap, but still, if he keeps the 10th of a second a lap up, it will not be enough to quite close the gap. But it always seems once you get yourself within that 2-second range, which is getting ever so closer, to go across the line again. So that last lap, so Cromie, yes, that last lap, he pulled 4/16 of a second out of Scholar there, and Scholar sideways out of turn 1. As Scholar used up the best of those tyres, he will be sensing that pressure from behind.
Rick Armstrong still in 4th place. Here we go again. The 6th drone cam. Willie Exton closed right up to the back of James Sachs through the left-hander. Couldn't quite work his way past, and again gets such a good run. Is this the opportunity? Finally, after laps of trying, the Supra draws alongside, and William Exton is finally, is he going to get this position? The Merc's got some straight line handling, but finally down the inside goes car 107. And after a massive fight, James Sachs finally has to cede that position. Or does he? Because he's going to have a run. Good drive out the final corner. Exton has to defend. Alan Sargent cheering his man on from pit lane.
I think we just about need Rusty to go down to the lane and check that's actually James Sachs driving, because this is a drive of the life of James Sachs. He's doing such a good job behind the wheel there. The attitude on the car, the way he's driving that, he is doing such a good job. But eventually, obviously, the move's been done by William Exton, but either way, James Sachs can certainly hold his head high after this one.
Now, the race leaders in the open class are catching them. They've just gone past Greg Murphy in the Audi. Murphy did the right thing and just bailed out and let them go. So there's that battle for 2nd and 3rd in GT4. Tom Bewley still 6 seconds up the road, almost 7 now, in fact. And you can just see looming behind them Sam Fillmore and Regan Scholar. Nigel Cromie now only 2 seconds behind the 999. He is hauling them in at about half a second a lap at the moment.
Just keep an eye on these lap times as well. So this will be the first full lap for Exton as they go across the line to see the lap time difference. So it's a 10th of a second slower than Bewley on that last lap. He did have to cover into turn 1, so not a true representation, but unfortunately for William Exton, I think it might be all too little, too late to be able to close down on Bewley.
Nigel Cromie edges even further closer. Fillmore last time round actually pulled 2/10 on Scholar. So to your point, I wonder if the 999 has used the best of his Michelin tyre. As you said at the start, Andrew Waite, this is the longest they've run all weekend in these cars.
Yeah, it is. And you just hear in the back, the sound in the background there, Scholar's car was hard on the traction control out of turn 3. So that's a good sign that his rear tyres are protesting big time.
What a drive from Sam Fillmore. Took the opportunity. The pit stop times worked for him. race executed brilliantly. His outlaps were great. He gained time, he took the lead on the stop, and now he's got an opportunity to win for the first time this season. This runs it very wide on the exit of the final corner, though.
I feel like this is about to get very interesting. We saw James Sachs through turn 2, 3, 4 last time in the last race when the leaders caught. So how is he going to play this, James Sachs? Is he going to open the door, let them through? Is he going to run his race line as he's entitled to do? As Sam Fillmore dives it up the inside and nearly contact through turn 3.
Heart-in-mouth moment for the race leader.
This is awkward. Awkward for Fillmore. Gets the move done, but loses time in the process. But either way, he's still made a bit more of a gap on Scholar and behind.
Not sure if he'll get an invite to the golf club after that. Scholar gets through, and he's pulled a little bit of time out of Sam Fillmore. Now, James Sachs will be aware now that Nigel Cromie's going to get to him pretty quickly. So Cromie under 2 seconds now for the first time this race behind the 999. And again, it's going to be an awkward spot here. We touched on this in the sprint race earlier, if you weren't with us, that the lap time difference between the outright cars and the GT4 cars here isn't massive. It's only a couple of seconds a lap. So as a result, it makes them quite hard to pass, especially when they're being so well driven, like that Mercedes AMG of James Sachs.
Field is bunched up on the same part of the track. There's a little bit easier there for Sam Fillmore on Tom Bewley. Gets the move done, but Scholar's still just hanging in there enough. This isn't done. You can't say that Sam Fillmore's far enough ahead to just be able to relax to bring the car home for the last 5 minutes of the race.
No, and it's come back to Scholar a little bit through that sequence with the traffic. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Somerset GT, New Zealand. The pressure is on Sam Fillmore to deliver his first race win of the year. Regan Scholar yet to win this season as well. So a first-time winner potentially out of either of them. Nigel Cromie, well, he wants revenge because he'd taken the championship lead down to 31 points after race 2. Then he got excluded for being underweight. The car was underweight. And as a result, that championship margin swung back massively to be more than 110 points to the tune of Rick Armstrong. So it was a massive swing. Now, Cromie in front of Armstrong will limit the damage a little bit in this one, but he'd love to be 2 places higher up.
It means a massive one to his championship. And the other one to think about as well is Rick Armstrong in this race. He was coming through, obviously had that reasonably long CPS stop, but at the same time, where it all came undone with him was that spin. He is the fastest car on the track. Last lap was a 106.6, so he's about 0.4 of a second quicker than the rest of the field, as he's on the hustle at the moment, trying to catch up, but again, too little, too late.
Just heard from Freddie Foote, who's the communications guru for Somerset GT New Zealand, and he said he was speaking to Regan's dad earlier today and said Regan's, I won't use the term he used, but upset, not happy, I think, about not having won as yet this weekend, despite having the pace to do so. And he's closed right up to the back of Sam Fillmore once again. They've got to Tom Bewley now in the Race Lab Supra. GT4 leader, Fillmore flashing the lights. Can't get through the inside at Splash. It's going to open the door for Scholar here. Fillmore needs to dispatch the Supra as quickly as he can. Oh, and Bewley shuts the door at the apex. He's driving his own race, but it's costing Sam Fillmore. Now he gets out of the way and does the right thing. Well done, Tom. But it has got Scholar right in the mix as they go up towards Higgins with 3.5 minutes to go.
And this is for Sam defensive now as well. It's the first time for a while we have seen Sam Fillmore have to go defensive to cover his line. Scholar looking left, looking right, shows his nose to the right, ducks back to the outside. Sam Fillmore with Regan Scholar all in his mirrors.
The young man, he's still getting up to speed in these cars. It's his first season in the 992 generation GT3 Cup car, so he's still got lots to learn. Fillmore is one of the most experienced in New Zealand, you'd think, driving one of these cars, currently racing them. So there's a lot on. Reaction Motorsport watching on from pit lane. Nervous down there. It'll be the same at IMS. They'd love to see their boy Sam win for the first time this season. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Nigel Cromie in on this battle too.
He is right there. So Cromie could be the joker in the pack in this one. Even Armstrong's now just within 6 seconds. Probably not going to play a factor in this one as it winds down.
Is it just me, Richard? Does this feel like this is not done?
It feels like it's not done. I agree with you.
40 minutes of racing comes down to the last 2 minutes between the top three. Sam Fillmore, he's held this lead. This race would have felt like an absolute eternity for him to this point. He'll go down the front straight. Will he go defensive into turn one? Covers his line slightly. That's obviously not the optimum line. Nigel Cromie in the background. He's running the optimal line. Outside, back to the inside. Making the corner as fast as possible. It's Sam having to be slightly defensive now, reading schoolers all over the back of him.
Well, and I wonder if Cromie getting to the back of the 999 might just take some of the pressure off Sam.
Yep.
Although he's very close scholar at the moment from the 6th drone cam. Oh, has half a look. But Fillmore is good for that. The point I was going to make was, doesn't take the pressure off Fillmore because Cromie is now going to be in that rear vision mirror of the 999. So will that distract him just a little bit? Take some of the pressure off Fillmore and put Scholar into defense mode.
Yeah, you're spot on with that. As soon as you have someone in your mirrors, when you're trying to pass the car in front, you can't just place the car anywhere and have a sort of a half dive here and show your nose there. You've got to run your own race line a bit more and constantly be checking the mirror. So that's something now that is going to help Sam Fillmore out as they come across the line. Last lap board has been displayed.
3 kilometres of Manfeild to go. Can Fillmore hold on? He had to defend a little bit coming down there. There's a slide from Sculler, lighting the rear tyres up on the 999 car. Cromie's in there as well. Turn 2, turn 3 is Splash. You'd throw a blanket over the top 3 now. What an end to this race. And Cromie now is having a look at 2nd place. Oh, he's going to have a real look at 2nd place. Great drive out of the hairpin. The 33 car could steal this one from Regan Scholar on the final lap. He's going to have the inside run into turn 6.
So hard to do the crossover on that corner. It's about the only corner in New Zealand that makes the crossover near impossible. And unfortunately for Nigel there, wasn't able to get the move done, and that gives Sam Fillmore a little bit of reprieve.
That might have been everything Sam Fillmore needed, a little distraction. They're going to be so close to the line, but for the first time this season, Sam Fillmore fends off the pack and wins in Somerset GT New Zealand. What a cool car race that was. Well done, Sam. What a defensive masterclass. He was one of the first into pit lane about 16 minutes into this 40-minute race. That was an awesome drive, and then he spent the rest of it just fending off the 999, and Cromie got to the end. The top 3 cars covered by 0.3 of a second at the end of 40 minutes of pulsating GT racing. Great stuff.
Tom Bewley as well takes out the win in the GT4 category. William Nixon closed that gap down quite a lot at the end, got it down to 3 seconds. But it was Tom Bewley and Glenn Chappell that got the win in that one.
Yeah, Alan Sargent and Willie Exton were second in GT4. James Sachs, that was an awesome drive from the Mercedes AMG driver. Grant Aiken and Greg Murphy in the end. Pit stop time cost them a little bit there. And they dropped to 4th in GT4. But Sam Fillmore is the winner. I cannot wait to see him in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane.
He seems to have a smile on his face no matter what the result. So the smile after that one will be awesome.
What a cool race that was. This was a big move. How was Cromie sending it down the inside of Fillmore? They were battling for 2nd and 3rd position at the time. This was after Rick Armstrong had had a spin. We never really got to the bottom of that either. We'll follow the series socials for the reaction from that one. What a cracking drive. Side by side, this was James Sachs, who spent most of his race in a furious battle pack as well. And Alan Sargent drove very well. That's Ronan Murphy, car controller. with the old man about to jump behind the wheel, of which he did in the Audi R8. And then this was the critical moment in the race. So stopped early and then defended from Regan Schooler. It's a terrific battle. Willie Exton, it took him forever to get past James Sachs. I'm not sure his defensive drive was best.
Yeah, it was great to see those guys in GT4s, wasn't it? That certainly felt like they've all stepped it up once again this weekend. And Aaron Harris getting frustrated with lap traffic out on the track.
And on the last lap, Nigel Cromie was a real threat to grab second away from Regan Scholar. They went side by side on the run up to the penultimate corner. The 999 ultimately had the racing line, and then they were lockstep across the line. Father and daughter on the headsets celebrate a win, the first for Sammy Fillmore in season 2025-26. What a result, what a cool race for Summerset GT New Zealand. They're in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, and Greg Rust is the man for the job.
Normally I'd be in wrangling mode here, Richard, but I actually want to let Sam soak this up for a moment. Come on over, young fella. We'll go to the media wall here and have a word. Venture over here for me. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble from cameraman Tony. Hey, he's saying push you further back. Hey, well done. Congratulations. After the summer that we've seen, that's got to feel pretty good.
Oh, I felt like I was back to my old self a bit. The boys gave me a rocket ship of a car, and yeah, I just got a bit of confidence back, so it was good.
Tell me what gave you that confidence. Where did the little tweak, the tune-up in the rocket ship come from? Or was that a tune-up in you, maybe?
I got a tune-up from my wife, I got a tune-up from my old man, I got a tune-up from the engineer, so I got a tune-up from everyone, but I really enjoyed that. That was good fun. Yeah, but the car was so good, like so good.
Clearly it's got to have worked.
Yeah, big thank you to all the boys at IMS for just wonderful car.
Smile speaks volumes. Congratulations.
Excellent. Good way to finish the weekend, mate.
Sure was. There he is, Sam Fillmore. Let's bring in Regan Schooler, who I know has been a little on the flatter side this weekend. Probably the little counterbalance in that is that you are still relatively new to these cars. That second was a fighting second then. That must feel pretty good.
Oh, it feels pretty good. I mean, considering where we were at Invercargill, like it's a big improvement. And, you know, thanks to the team, we've worked really hard. And I think the results are shown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you take this, what you've learned out of this weekend, there's got to be good stuff to come, surely.
Hopefully. We'll find out in Ruapuna if it all comes together. But I think I can't be mad at, you know, fighting for a race one. So, yeah, considering a few weeks ago we would have been pretty stoked.
Yep. You should be stoked today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I'd also like to thank my sponsors and my family for coming out. And my amazing girlfriend. I'll get props for that later.
Okay, well done. Come on in, Nigel Cromie. Hey, up and down weekend for you. I know that would have been a little bit gut-wrenching with the tech check. Afterwards, you came back swinging then.
Yeah, well, we had to start at the back, and they gave me a great car, gave me a rocket. So they just said, go for your life, see what you can do. So we pushed the whole race, and I'm stoked to get on the podium. Yeah, that was a great fun race. Yeah.
Highlight _ the whole race, because literally out of the final corner, I don't know what it was as you crossed the line. It must have been hundreds.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how we ended up so close at the end after such a long race and starting at the back. So this series has actually been close the whole time. So it's been awesome. Yeah.
And mate, you have risen to the occasion too. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
There you go, Nigel Cromie. Let's go to GT4 now. Your winners, Glenn Chappell and Tom Bewley, and that one. Come on in, boys. We've been super excited about the battle, and you went slightly different in the friendly Supra rivalry, didn't you?
Yeah. No, it all worked out really well. We thought on used tyres we might have a bit of a disadvantage, but luckily I got a bit of a gap, and we had a good pit stop, and Tom had a decent enough lead to hold Willie off, which was awesome.
You and Alan both do great things in giving some youngsters a go. He's done a terrific job here this weekend, hasn't he, Tom?
Oh, absolutely. No, and he's hope he does really well at the first Carrera Cup race next week.
That naturally leads me to the Grand Prix. That's a nice little warm-up for things next weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, first off, I'd like to say huge thanks to Glenn and the Race Lab team. It's been awesome to be here this weekend, and it's been fun to race against Willie again. It's been a while, so yeah, we've been racing the Supra, and it's been awesome. But yeah, awesome lead up to the Melbourne Grand Prix, so hopefully all goes well there.
That fun was translated. We could see that in the pit lane. There's a sort of friendly jibing between you guys. You've enjoyed that, haven't you?
Oh yeah, awesome, and have that race with Murph today was pretty cool. So yeah, definitely a good warm-up for the Grand Prix.
Great job and go well in Albert Park. There they are, Glenn Chappell and Tom Bewley. Let's go to second place, Alan Sargent and Willie Exton. Hey, well done. We've enjoyed following that the entire weekend.
Yeah, it was a bit of fun, wasn't it? Yeah, so just struggled a little bit in the opening phase, but managed to get it done. But I just want to say a huge shout out to Neil Garner from RaceLab, been with me for the last 5 years and leaving. This is his last round, so I want to thank him for all he's done for me.
Nice shout out. What was it in the opening phase of that race that you felt like wasn't quite right or that you were struggling with?
I couldn't get turning really in turn one and up in Higgins. The car just wouldn't turn in and would just slide forward. So opening the gap for James to come through. So first of all Grant, then James, but managed to stick to them in the end, so it wasn't too bad.
This guy quietly boxes on, and I love how he supports young racers. It's been good for you to come and hang out and do this weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's a massive thanks to Alan Sargent. Sharing the car with him is always a pleasure, and I'd like to thank Neil Garner as well. He's and the RaceLab crew. They've played a pretty important part in my career so far in 86s. So yeah, huge shout out to Neil.
We're at the end of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. What's the rest of the year look like for you from a driving perspective?
Well, I'd like to say, but I think I'll just keep it under wraps for now. But watch the space, I'd say that.
Okay, we'll take a headline. Good on you, boys. Well done. Congratulations. Let's bring James Sachs in, that excellent third place in that race. Bit of a high-fiving going on there. That's a nice way to wrap up the weekend.
Oh, it was great, Rusty. Huge congrats to the Supras, man. They did amazing, mate. They drove so well. It was lovely racing, man. Real fast, real fun. Don't think I breathed for the whole race, eh? It was awesome, man. Loved it. Thank you.
I know that you have missed the last couple of rounds. Good to be back in the car. And how much has that invigorated you for more driving? And you did it with good reason too, for family, obviously.
Yeah, but it's very addictive, Rusty. It's quite addictive racing, man. Eh? I loved it. So yeah, huge thanks to all the team and Grant and Sarah just for what they've done for us with the GT Championship, man. We've loved it, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Well done. Congratulations. We'll reset for the podium and celebrate with some champagne in a moment.
Oh, it is addictive, this game, isn't it? The old motorsport. Great to hear from James Sachs and some fantastic interviews down there in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane as we celebrate. A great way to wrap up the weekend for Summerset GT New Zealand, at least. Still got the NAPA Central Muscle Cars to come your way to complete this final round of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. But what a drive. He said he felt like his old self, Sam Fillmore, and he's delivered the victory for the Alliance Services car and IMS Racing. Time for the podium. Here's Rusty.
Richard, thank you. This one, of course, brought to you by Summerset, great partners of GT New Zealand. Helping us present the Trophy 2's category manager, Grant Smith. Grant, thank you for being here. And presenting the next-gen wreaths, the all-important wreaths, Karina Andrews too. So in third place in the open class, I'm not sure if he's able to be with us here just because of work commitments, but we say congratulations. Please put your hands together for Rick Armstrong. Rick's not here. Danica's going to pick it up for us. Well done. Good job by you this weekend too on the radio. Thank you very much. I'm not also sure if Grant Aiken or Greg Murphy could be with us. Third place in the GT4 class. Let's acknowledge them. Grant Aiken and Greg Murphy. Put your hands together, everybody. That's for the weekend in GT4. We move to second place in the open class for the weekend. Make some noise. Loving being back in the winner's circle. Sam Fillmore. Second in the GT4 class for the weekend, Will Exton and Alan Sargent. And this will bring a smile to him. It was a little bit flat earlier in the weekend. Your winner in the open class here at Manfeild. How about it, Regan Schooler? And your winners in the GT4 class equally, give it up, Tom Bewley, Glenn Chappell. We have a myriad of trophies that we're giving out. Can we also please deliver our trophy to our Masters winner as well before we break open the champagne? Your Masters winner for this round at Manfeild, Alan Sargent, everybody. Our podium is crammed, but they've all got happy, smiley faces. Gather round, everybody. Oh, who's broken the champagne a little early there? They're away. Celebrations have started. Good luck to the photographers. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your podium for Summerset GT New Zealand here at Manfeild.
Well, we don't need to go to the replay to tell you that it was Sam Fillmore who popped the cork first in that one. So well done for those in the Somerset GT New Zealand Championship. It's a big part of Repco NextGen NZ, and it will be moving forward as well as we take a look at season 26-27. So put these dates in your diary. It's the provisional schedule, subject to Motorsport New Zealand approval, but we're going to launch at Taupo Motorsport Park in mid-November, late this year. We then move to those incredible 4 events in a row in January. Hampton Downs on the international circuit. Historic GP at Taupo is always a great event with cool cars and a look to the past of our sport. Then we head to the southernmost FIA-sanctioned racetrack in this part of the world at Teretonga Park in late January. And then the 71st running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix will be held on the 31st of January at beautiful Highlands in the central Otago. And then we're going to finish off with a brand new event on the national circuit at Hampton Downs. And we can tell you as well that we will be back at Manfeild. The plan is in place for Manfeild to open season 4 moving forward. So we're going to be back here in the Manawa 2 as well, which is great to see. So we move from the GT cars to the muscle cars with the NAPA Central Muscle Cars to round out the program here at Manfeild. Ronan Murphy has traded one headset for another. How was car controlling for Grant Aitken and Greg Murphy?
Yeah, the result probably doesn't reflect how much effort I put into that, Richard Crail, but no matter. Everyone had fun. That's the main thing. Grant did a great job out there, and old Murphy brought it home, luckily in one piece, but probably wasn't due to any radio calls that I made.
So the engineer's blaming the drivers this time. I like it. The Creme Insurance starting grid shows you the order. This is a handicap race, so they'll be waved off in phases for 8 laps. Now, we had one of these yesterday, and it worked an absolute treat. It came right down to the wire. Very entertaining stuff. So hopefully the handicappers have done the job again, and we're going to get a really good show. So Robbo Robinson, Grant Crosby, Nick Ross, the top 3, then Craig Boot, Tristan Tecchi in that awesome Camaro, and Angus Fogg and Andy Knight, who is right at the very back in the Chevy Camaro, having won earlier today. We're minus a couple of cars in this one. That won't take the starter, but still a feisty little field as we get set for the finale of the program today. 8 laps, the scheduled duration for the NAPA Central Muscle Cars. Purple Mustang with gold wheels, that's a bit of me.
That is a very, very cool looking car, and all of these are cool looking cars. They're all something you'd love to have. Well, I certainly would, and I'm no doubt you would, Richard Crowell, in our sheds at home. But as we see there, the Batman or Batmobile, it's got on the number plate, delivery car of Tristan Tecchi. So we will see. I'm sure he'll be hoping he's got the support of the Dark Knight out there, and he can try and get a good result.
The forces of good trying to get past the evil of his rivals, I wonder. I am told apparently the livery and the theme of it comes from one of the Batman comics. So I haven't delved that deep into Batman lore, but I like it. I like the personality behind it too, and the fact that it shoots 5-foot flames out the back every time he gets off the throttle.
Well, all we need now is someone to livery up their car like the Joker.
Oh.
And then we've literally got the whole Shazam. But
imagine the stewards hearing after that one. So the Kiwi flag drops. This is the handicap start. So Robbo Robinson, and that 65 Mustang is away. So he gets the biggest advantage of them all. And this is based on lap time and their performance over the weekend to this point.
Oh, big licorice straps getting dropped by Robbo Robinson and the Mustang as he gets round turn 2. And it's so odd seeing, the start of a race, only one car gets going. But that's the beauty of this type of racing for the muscle cars. NAPA Central Muscle Cars. Look at this group. We've got Grant Crosby, Tristan Tecchi, Craig Boot, and Nick Ross going hammer and tong down towards turn 1.
And then Foggy and Knighty are away at the back. So they've got the biggest handicap of all, and they're going into turn 1, and the leader, Robbo Robinson's into turn 6 already, so he's a couple of Ks up the road. I love Nick Ross launched that car off the line, and it burst into wheel spin, and it was sliding around. Here's this battle pack now. Cast your mind back if you were with us earlier today. These guys spent a lot of that race battling. Grant Crosby wasn't in that mix, but Tecchi and Craig Boot and Nick Ross were all in this fight early on as Crosby has a look around the outside into 6 of the Dodge Challenger.
It certainly is, and Andy Knight and Angus Fogg have gone side by side for about 6 corners, so that's pretty cool. So we look back there, the shot, them going into Higgins. Andy Knight might have just got the move done on Angus Fogg. Tristan Tecky's leading this group of cars. Craig Boot there. He's had a great run this weekend, and he'll be looking to continue the trend of podiums he's had so far. As we go down the last corner, Andy Knight, followed by Angus Fogg there in the black and gold, the J.A. Russell Ford Mustang.
Foggy yet to cross the line, so too Andy Knight. So they cross the line, they're 35 seconds behind Robbo Robinson, the race leader. That's the margin, 35 seconds.
And that Mustang of Angus Fogg's isn't looking very symmetrical, but unfortunately had some issues on the Friday. Unfortunately ended up in the wall, catching one of the painted white lines in the damp conditions. But we look now, going through the hairpin, the Batmobile, getting chased by Mustang Halley there. Craig Boot down towards Higgins corner. You can see there in the background, in the distance, Andy Knight and Angus Fogg coming now down the back straight. Tristan Tecky, Angus Fogg, Camaro versus the Mustang.
I heard the tortured sound of a tyre being destroyed on the fence bike running down. I think it might have been turn one perhaps from our race leader, but you can hear that screech of a tyre being locked up. So Andy Knight, quickest car on the racetrack at the moment, lap 3 of 8. And this battle continues. Tecky under pressure. Boot has a look down the inside at turn 1. There's an argument that you want to race each other, but also there'd be an argument for just to drive the things as hard as you possibly can to try and pull that 21-second margin down.
Yeah, but that margin in the last couple of laps, it's now 30 seconds between Andy Knight and Angus Fogg, so they are closing in at a pretty quick rate of knots onto the rest of the pack. We see there Grant Crosby, Nick Ross coming through the hairpin. Craig Boot now trying to put the power down on the Mustang, chasing Tristan Tecky. So that group of cars has actually started to spawn out a bit, and they've all got a little bit of breathing room now. We can see those two cars though, Andy Knight and Angus Fogg, they have started to get much, much closer than they were the previous lap to the group ahead.
Well, and I wonder if a bit of common sense here, and maybe the teams have been on the radios going, guys, Andy Knight and Angus Fogg are coming at you really quickly. You need to get your head down and try and close that margin on Robbo Robinson, who's just started his 4th lap of the race. Leaders going into the final corner, the margin ever dwindling. Just for comparison, Robinson last time round 1 minute 15.7 and 11.5 for Tristan Tecky, 109.9 for Andy Knight. So that's the speed difference between them. Oh, Foggy under brakes, car squirming around.
The rear end of that Mustang pretty taily, and then it shoots flames on the exit, even better. So Angus Fogg always putting on a show in the number 11, the Angus Fogg Racing prepared Ford Mustang.
Great Boot with a big slide coming out of Splash, the rear end of his Mustang, moving around. Yeah, Knight is absolutely flying. 24 seconds now behind Robbo, the leader. 17.4 seconds between he and this man, Tristan Tecky, who's coming out of turn 6 out of Higgins and along the long back straight. That ultra high-speed entry into the final corner. So the objective of the handicapping is that they all end up on top of each other on the final lap of the race. It worked a treat in the first handicap race of the weekend.
Yeah, we watched those guys come down the front straight now. Tecky, Boot, Ross, they've actually managed to gap Grant Crosby a bit. That gap's now 13 seconds, so they're getting closer and closer to the back of Robbo Robinson. Andy Knight and Angus Fogg, they're also in turn closing in on the back of Grant Crosby, so those gaps are starting to dwindle.
Less than 20 seconds first to last now. So remember, at the end of lap 1, it was more than 30. So already they've found 10 seconds. We're still halfway through. We've got plenty of racing to go. These guys have just settled down, not battling each other, so they can try and haul this margin in, because they know that Andy Knight and Angus Fogg, who was the quickest driver on the racetrack last time by and set the quickest lap of the race, are catching them very, very quickly.
They're actually they were on the same straight going down that straight towards Higgins there, so they can see Robbo Robinson in the long distance down there. It's not a mirage, it is actually Robbo Robinson, and they're getting closer and closer. So we should start to see these cars all start to close in pretty soon in the next lap or so. Grant Crosby's now coming under heavy pressure from Andy Knight and the number 5, the 1970 Camaro. Down the straight they come. Listen to those V8s roar. Down towards turn 1. Andy Knight's going to throw it down the inside of Grant Crosby. He gets the move made. So Crosby's now moved back towards. Now he's going to be into the clutches of Angus Fogg coming up over this next lap. Andy Knight coming through turn 2 down the Camaro. Bit of the movement in the rear of that car. Wouldn't have liked it snapping on him like that. Coming towards the hairpin now.
Well, the pressure's on for these guys too, Ronan, because they've got to make quick work of the cars they're getting through if they're going to get to Robbo Robinson. So while we're talking about the fact that Techie and Boot and Ross need to focus on their own race and not slow themselves down by battling, the fastest guys that had the biggest handicap have got to get through them clearly. Big lockup from Andy Knight going into Higgins. Torch the inside front, so shows you how hard he's driving the car. Meanwhile, Robbo Robinson out in front. Quickest lap of the race for that car's a 15.6. Last time round he did a 15.8, so he's very consistent. Just punching out laps. 2 laps to go, and we'll give you the margin as Tristan Techie crosses the line. It's 5.2 seconds. They're going to get to him. It's just a question of when.
If they pull 4 seconds out of Robbo Robinson this lap, it may just be 1 lap too long for him to try and stay in that lead. But let's see what Robbo's got in the Mustang. He may be able to pull something out of the hat. And we see there Tristan Techie in that Batman-inspired Camaro. Very cool car. It looks almost stealth-like. Coming into the hairpin there. He's got Craig Boot, Nick Ross up behind him. Grant Crosby's fallen off that train and unfortunately lost a couple of spots to Andy Knight and Angus Fogg. So they come down towards Higgins corner. Nick Ross opens up the legs on the Hemi-powered Dodge Challenger.
It's going to take a big final lap for Andy Knight. It is going to be massive because he's got to get past Nick Ross, Craig Boot, Tristan Techie and Robbo Robinson, who's still got a couple of seconds up his sleeve. This will go down to the final lap. It does feel slightly inevitable because 5.2 seconds has become about 2.5 now. 1 lap to go this time by Ronan Murphy.
If anyone can do it, Andy Knight certainly can. We've seen how explosively fast that Chevrolet Camaro is. As we come down to turn 1 for the final lap, Robbo Robinson, he's still leading the way. He's led every single lap of this race so far. He would hate to lose it on the last lap. That beautiful Mustang, that maroon colour. Tristan Techie, though, is right up behind. Craig Boot's also in turn and behind him.
And Andy Knight is right there as well. So Fogg not far off the back. So the top 6 all covered by less than 5 seconds as they cross the line. They're now all locked together. And this should be the moment for the lead here. Tristan Techie gets a great run out of the left-hand hairpin and powers his way into the race lead. So Tristan Techie is through. Knight looking on the outside of Ross. There's no space there.
Come now, this is where the action's starting to unfold. So Craig Boot now looking to try and pass Robbo Robinson, the Mustang Brigade, down the back straight. Nick Ross there, he's trying to defend from Andy Knight. What's going to happen here? Craig Boot's going to stay there on the inside of the last corner. Andy Knight's now up behind Nick Ross. Is he going to be able to get up the inside?
Checkered flag flies. Tristan Techie wins the final Napa Central Muscle Cars race. And Andy Knight went from 31 seconds to 1.4 off the lead, finished 4th. He missed out and spot the podium by 1/10 of a second.
You got to feel a little bit for Robbo Robinson. Led every lap of the race except the last one we see there.
Yes, still a skid.
The drag strip king, Tristan Techie, doing a big burnout. Look at that for a peeler down there at turn 2 in the dark night.
So he missed the equivalent race yesterday to go up to Wanganui and run the drags, which he won.
Well,
so he's had a couple of big wins this weekend.
Well, Richard, as you'd say, the dark knight rises. He has risen.
You could say that. That is outstanding.
Batman's driven a lot of cars over the years, probably not a 69 Camaro though, and he probably hasn't been able to burn it down like Tristan Techie is right now. Look at that for a way to wrap up the Repco NextGen New Zealand Championship.
Well, we had burnouts from Black Beauty, the A1 GP car at the historic GP at Taupo earlier this year. What an appropriate way to finish this incredible second season of Repco NextGen NZ with burnouts from Tristan Techie in a gripping Napa Central Muscle Car race. Oh, it's been such a pleasure to be part of this championship over the summer, and that is a really appropriate way to end it, Ronan, with fun. A fun motor race, and that is what this summer has been.
What a pleasant way to end the day here in Manawatu with a bit of dressage from the Dark Knight down the back straight there at Manfeild.
Love it. Tristan Tecchi wins it, Craig Boots second, and Nick Ross third. Dressage. Andy Knight drove the wheels off the Camaro, started more than 30 seconds behind and ends up just more than a second off the podium. The handicap race in the NAPA Central Muscle Cars closes out season 2 of Repco NextGen NZ. And these guys were battling from the outset. That might have been the moment that won the race for Tristan Tecchi. An awesome start from what was the second row of the second group of cars in this handicap.
Yeah, and that was the key to the race when he led the race. Led that pack, that second pack of cars. We saw the flames shooting at the front of Craig Boots' Mustang there. The old water temp might have got a little bit hot after that, but coming down there towards the first corner, Grant Crosby got displaced by Andy Knight and Angus Fogg not long after, and then Tecchi, that was really the key. He had that group, that second group of cars covered, and then when it came to passing Robbo Robinson, he got the flame-spitting Camaro on the case, up the outside, down towards Higgins, and that was that ended up being the key to winning the whole race in the end for Tristan Tecchi.
And this was the gaggle of cars as they went to the line. Tristan Tecchi wins a thriller, the Napa Central Muscle Cars. Well, motorsport's a lot of things. It's passionate, it's fiery, it's ultra competitive, but most of all, it's supposed to be fun. And that was about as fun as you can get. What a great show from the Napa Central Muscle Cars to round out this season of Repco NextGen NZ here at Manfeild. They're down in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, and so too is Andrew Waite.
Tristan Tecchi, what a weekend for you, from winning drag races yesterday to being here today and taking out the race win. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I had a pretty good last race actually, but it took a few laps for the pace to come on, and then they were sort of blocking my way. So I knew I had to get a good start, and that's the key in the handicap race. Got a good start, passed all three of them on the start line, and then once my tyres warmed up, I was just holding them back. It was fine.
Sure, drag racing's all part of getting a good start. You reckon you channeled that to get the start here today?
Yeah, no, it was definitely good practice yesterday, and it was good to take out the Whanganui Road Rodders drag racing as well. So we won that as well yesterday, so it was good.
What a weekend. Doesn't get any better than that. Great job. Well done.
Thank you.
And in second place in this race, Craig Boot. Been seeing him all weekend long on the podium. Been a solid weekend for you, Craig. Good race for you there. It was pretty full on there towards the end.
Yeah, it was, and Tristan done well. He deserved that win. He's fast around here, and we had a bit of an overheating problem, so I had to back off a bit, but I wouldn't have recorded him anyhow, to be fair, Andrew. But no, it's good to be here weekend. I think it's the most podiums I've had in 8 years, so I'm pretty happy.
That's the way to do it. And heading into the next one, you've got to tune the car up, get a bit more power out of it. You guys love getting more and more power out of these things.
We've got the Big Daddy in the trailer. We're going to chuck that in for tower post. We've got the big engine ready to go, and we're sneaked up quite a lot further on the points, so we could be on the podium for the championship, which would be great.
Look out the rest of this championship. Well done, great job. And in third place, Nick Ross. Nick, that certainly was a race, that last lap through the last corner. Talk us through what was going through your mind with that one.
Yeah, Booty wasn't going to fall for the same trick as last time. So, hey, it's been a great weekend. We haven't quite got the car where we want it, but we seem to struggle around here for some reason. Kowalski just doesn't like this place. But hey, it's been a good weekend racing. Been awesome with Booty all weekend, door to door. I don't think we've touched once actually, so that's what you come racing for, is a bit of fun.
And that's what seems to keep a lot of you guys coming back to this series, is not only these amazing cars that you drive, but the camaraderie and the actual racing itself.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, there's a lot of good fellas over there that just love to come racing, and that's why they're here. But yeah, been a great weekend. I'd like to thank my sponsors, Alf, CNR and Ryco. Yeah, without them we couldn't do it, so thanks.
Great job, well done.
Time now for the podium for race 4 of the Napa Central Muscle Cars here at Manfeild. Huge thanks to the series partners in Unoya, 10-Pin Tauranga, Rock Shop STL, Mosel's Panel and Paint as well. Presenting the trophy is Shirley Vertigen, local legend of the Palmerston North Napa store with some 30 years of service. Shirley, thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, how about welcoming to the podium? Tough start to the weekend, but he bounces back with an excellent third. Give it up for Angus Fogg. Get Shirley to deliver that third place trophy. Venture on in there. Well done. While that's happening, let's bring up to the podium second place. How about it for Craig Boot, everybody? We think he might have left already, so we've got a representative filling in. Awesome. We're about to deliver the next-gen wreath as well to our winner. Shirley will kindly take care of that for us. And I think he might have his son with him too. Special moment for him. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Andy Knight making his way to the podium. Great stuff. First place. Trophy's been delivered, courtesy of Shirley. There we go. Very special winner's wreath. Time for a quick photo to wrap up a huge weekend here at Manfeild. Smile, everybody. Let's smile. And the one thing that remains, please be mindful of our youngster on the podium there as well. Drivers, the champagne is at your feet. Time for the celebrations. Brilliant stuff. We love the V8 component of what we bring you with the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. And while the celebrations are winding up here, that basically concludes an epic summer. Just before we go, a quick mention to a few people. Thank you very much to our volunteers, the flag marshals, all of the officials, everyone on the great team from Motorsport New Zealand, to our next-gen event and management team. A lot of long hours by you guys and girls, and it does not go unnoticed. To our small, very dedicated TV crew, you are all a joy to work with. Some world-class operators in the front line too, and doing commentary that have made it special. To our sponsors, the categories, the competitors, for the belief and the unwavering commitment. And a very special thanks to all of you for coming on the journey and watching us via our wonderful broadcast partners here in New Zealand and indeed right around the world. We cannot wait to do it all again next summer. For the team, it's bye for now.